Okay, so a warm welcome to this EU-PolarNet 2 workshop. And my name is Hannele Savela. I'm at the University of Oulu working here, and then I'm also have been leading the workshop coordination team in the EU-PolarNet 2. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to this workshop. And I will now share my screen and show you the program. And after that, we will hear a couple words of welcome from the project manager of EU-PolarNet, Nicole Bebov. So first, I will show you the program. Are you able to see my screen now? Hopefully you are, yeah. So here is the program for the first session of this workshop. And we will start by welcome and opening words from Nicole Bebov. Nicole, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Hannele. First of all, I also would like to welcome all of you very much to this workshop on polar observations. As Hannele nicely already said, I'm Nicole Bebov and I'm the project coordinator of EU-PolarNet 2. This workshop takes place within the frame of EU-PolarNet 2, so I thought I'd share my screen. I hope you can see it.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now I cannot find my way. Good. Just want to give you briefly an introduction to EU-PolarNet 2, very briefly, so that you understand what the project is all about and how these observations or the development of an integrated, sustained polar observation system is embedded in EU-PolarNet 2. EU-PolarNet 2 is a coordination and support action, and that means we are working jointly with the European Commission on identifying polar research topics and also on improving the cooperation of the polar research community in Europe. And you see here our ambition. Don't want to read this in detail, but important is that we also are planning to sustain all the work which we have done in EU-PolarNet on research prioritization, observations, and so on in a European Polar Coordination Office. The network spans all across Europe. All those European countries who have significant polar programs are partners in the project. That means we can also speak with a clear European voice. And EU-PolarNet has several objectives, ranging from better coordination to identifying research need to interaction with funding agencies or stakeholders. But one of our objectives is to support the implementation of sustained observation systems in the Arctic and Antarctic. The key word here is support. So we are not meant to develop own observation protocols or so on, but we are working more on a political level. And the recommendations which will be coming from this workshop will also end up in a white paper targeted to decision makers. What are we doing in terms of observation and what is related to this workshop here? So the task of EU-PolarNet 2 is to ensure that Europe contributes together with its international partners and all international organizations to polar observations so that we inform what is going on and also then the second part is we also would like to support the acceleration of the development, so make it a bit faster of the fully integrated polar observing system. And finally, and importantly also, EU-PolarNet has the chance to mobilize all Europeans to contribute to the polar observing systems due to the size and structure of our consortium. This is a task which is directly related to the observations, but very important. And this is my last slide. We are also doing research prioritization in EU-PolarNet, and we are also cooperating with funding agency to implement the research, which is of high priority. And of course, observations are also related to the research prioritization. So what we do here is we, first of all, prioritize research needs, mainly based on the Integrated European Polar Research Program, and together with a group of experts, the Polar Expert Group. We also support the development of large-scale polar research initiatives. This can be also observational initiatives, and we also seek input from the polar community by service contracts to develop new ideas, which then all end up in a prioritized research agenda for Europe. So very quickly, to understand that the upcoming workshop will, of course, fulfill tasks within EU-PolarNet, but it is also very political, so that we have the chance to transfer messages to the right ears from this workshop on. So I don't want to steal your time anymore. Wish all of us a successful workshop, and pass the floor again to Hannele.
Thank you so much, Nicole. And we are ready to move to the next phase of the program. So I will again share my screen and you can see the program. And we are going to start the first session with the highlight presentations. And the next hour and a half, you are going to hear inspiring highlight presentation about different aspects of what these integrated polar observing systems could be and what kind of developments have been done until now. And Jan René Larsen from AMAP is chairing this session and also giving the very first highlight presentation. Jan, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Hannele, and welcome all. As Hannele said, this first session we'll be offering some highlight presentations to inform our discussions later. And Nicole has already touched upon this, but just a few words about the workshop objectives, and this is from our description of work. And as it reads, it will be a workshop with research, observing, and infrastructure coordinators to identify, develop, and collate actionable policy level recommendations to accelerate the development of a fully integrated polar observing system. And Nicole has highlighted the keywords here. It's a group of people here dealing with observations. We will formulate policy level recommendations, and it's meant to accelerate the development of an integrated polar observing system. As Nicole also said, what we want to deliver later this year is a white paper with recommendation to accelerate the development. We have tried to structure the session today so that we get some universal recommendations on how to organize and integrate polar observations. We'll get some regional perspectives, both from the Arctic and the Antarctic and from polar. Then we will also, as preparations for this workshop and within this task of EU-PolarNet, we have done some work on how to organize information about observing assets, and we'll take a look at that. And finally, we will also discuss data infrastructures. Before we go into the sessions, I just want to highlight, as I said, one of the things that we've been working with here also when it comes to understanding what observing assets there is out there, what they do. This, of course, is meant to get an understanding of what's already going on in terms of observing and thereby filling gaps, making recommendations for filling gaps. And when we dealt with these questions, we realized that there were hindrances that existed for organizing information about observing assets. And I should say that observing assets in this context are a very broad definition. We talk about programs and projects, but we also talk about things like infrastructures, stations, ships, aircrafts, boreholes, etc., as observing assets. So we know too little about what's going on, and in order to organize this information better, we realize that there are technical hindrances that need to be overcome. But we also knew from the beginning that there were political, social, and psychological hindrances. And in order to be able to access the existing information better, we know that there are initiatives that organize this information. We developed this idea. It's not new, it's not unique, but that this information should be fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And I'm quite sure that you've seen this before or seen this concept before, but we try to interpret it in terms of information about observing assets, and there is a deliverable for EU-PolarNet there where we specify what we mean by these terms in this particular context. But what we perhaps in this context believe was equally interesting was that we also did a survey and there were 89 respondents, and we tried to understand what are the social, political, psychological hindrances for a more formalized organization of this information about observing assets. And we understood from the respondents that in many cases they lacked the mandate to do it. They had the information, they were interested in the information, but they were looking for a mandate to do it. Of course, capacity and funding is often mentioned as a reason not for organizing this information in a more structured way. Then they mentioned that relevant IT competences should be made available to these institutions and people that were interested in this information. And then finally, which was a bit of a surprise, but well, perhaps not, but many institutions said, well, we are just small when it comes to polar research. We would like to do more within this area. Again, all of these findings will also be formulated as recommendations into this work, but we've already produced a report on this. For the talks today, as I said, we have tried to look very broadly at the questions, but we also have some more regional perspectives. We know that there are many initiatives out there working with these questions, and we hope that through the discussions that we have today, we would be able to formulate recommendations on integration, and we believe that this should be the main theme of our workshop, the main initiatives that deal with this work. And this is from a science perspective, a policy perspective, a governance perspective, a funding perspective. How can we integrate these efforts? And we hope that we can have some fruitful discussions today and formulate recommendations. And with this, I will stop this introductory talk and just note that we have a series of presentations in front of us. And the first speaker I'd like to invite is Sandy Starkweather from NOAA. The title of Sandy's presentation is The Roach Process and Societal Benefit Framework for Building Towards an Integrated Arctic Observing and Data System. And I can see, Sandy, that you're with us. That's great. Welcome, Sandy. And I should probably,
Can everyone see my screen? Jan, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone, and thanks to the organizers for including this talk in today's discussion. As Jan introduced me, I just want to add that I'm a research scientist at the University of Colorado, in addition to being an affiliate of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. For the last several years, I had been serving as the chair of Sustaining Arctic Observing Networks, which is currently on pause. And one of the major activities that I had been helping to lead was SAN's roadmap for Arctic observing and data systems, which is highly relevant to overcoming some of those hindrances that Jan mentioned that came back from the survey of EU-PolarNet. So lots of alignment in our common objectives. I'm just touch on a few highlights. There's a lot more material And I'll share the link to a manuscript that explains a lot more of this material at the end of the talk. And so what is the purpose of an organization like SAON and the Rhodes process? Touching quickly on these points, we know that the changes that we're seeing in the Arctic are unprecedented, and that we need observations to inform our actions in the face of these changes. But as Jan mentioned, as soon as we touch into the topic, we quickly understand the topic of Arctic observing and data systems. We quickly understand that there's lots of systemic issues that are preventing us from informing our actions in the way in which we imagine is possible. And some of those issues are related to the planning of networks themselves, also how we're engaging with one another, how we're developing our partnerships, and then certainly the more technical issues related to deployments and other capacities. And these systemic issues really cross scales, the global networks, the regional networks, and local scale activities. And so SAON was really created as a partnership of Arctic and non-Arctic nations and other types of organizations, permanent participants of the Arctic Council, to do the partnership development needed to overcome these systemic issues, to generate the engagement needed. And Rhodes is really the planning tool. So Rhodes is a much more recent development. I'll say the acronym again. It's the Roadmap for Arctic Observing and Data Systems. And so SAON impaneled a task force to make recommendations about what such a planning process should include to be most effective given the context of Arctic regional planning needs. And so just going through the guiding principles quickly because they're important, it was recognized that a planning tool that was going to be adequate to Arctic issues and adequate to Arctic needs would have to include equitable partnerships and funding for Indigenous participation in the planning process from the very beginning. We also recognize that because of the many players and the many themes and the many needs, we should really aim for those activities which we're going to support broadly shared benefits. So not trying to do everything, but focusing on those things where the benefit would be most broadly shared. There was a recognition that there's many planning processes already underway with regional projects, institutional level planning, et cetera. And so we really wanted to develop something that could serve as like a planning integrator at the meta level and bring together existing planning processes. And also recognizing that we would have to proceed stepwise in our coordination efforts, that not everything would be ready to go at once. So with that, I'm going to just present one of the kind of key focal tools of the Rhodes process that's a reflection of these guiding principles. And so the road mapping task force reviewed the planning principles used by global organizations, other types of regional organizations, and strategies from Indigenous organizations, and recognized that essential variable frameworks and approaches are a best practice, a very good practice, in terms of bringing people together to coordinate what the requirements for the observing system are around key topics. They're called variables. They can be phenomenologically large aspects like sea ice or like permafrost, or as we're beginning to explore in this process, perhaps even wildfires. And the idea is to bring subject matter experts, communities of practice together to develop the requirements and implementation strategies to do the needed observing. And so what we recognize, though, is that the essential variable networks don't always bring, or the essential variable frameworks don't always bring partners together in really equitable and balanced ways. And so what we envision in the shared Arctic variable framework is that we hear from Indigenous communities about what kinds of focal points will be of most benefit to their work and how they envision doing observations from a community-driven perspective. hearing from more of the regional networks and the sort of Arctic Council level activities and regionally driven science questions about the key needs that they see that need to be brought forward. And then tying these back to the essential variables of the global networks, which are being monitored largely from the standpoint of climate detection and change. And it's at the intersection of these three kind of major constituencies that we want to see this development of these specifications and these observing system plans emerge. So there's a nice manuscript submitted to Arctic. It might have progressed further at this point, being led by Alice Bradley et al., that elaborates more on this process. Clearly, there's more details to share than I can touch on today, but shared Arctic variables are a key planning tool inside of the ROADS process. We also, within the ROADS process, look at societal benefit assessment. So this is an example. I won't go into a ton of detail here of what we call a value tree assessment, where we try to very systematically link between the observing system inputs through intermediate products and applications up towards these societal benefits specific to the Arctic region that we believe an observing system should be supporting. And so these kinds of analytical tools help us zero in on those areas that help us understand this shared benefit aspect of the ROADS process as well. So value tree assessment helps us say, here are the key things that we should be looking at. And then the shared Arctic variable adds a layer of coordination to understanding where these benefits lie. So I'll wrap up there, but I want to recognize the full roadmap drafting team on this slide. The manuscript I mentioned has been since published in the journal Arctic. You can access it there. I think these slides are probably going to be made available for everyone. And of course, you can contact me or Jan René for more information. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sandy, for this overview of how within the Arctic community, the road process is describing a way where you can bring various partners together and discuss the highest priorities when it comes to observing. We will not have a panel or similar after this, so we'll try to give a minute or two if there are questions to each of the presenters once immediately after their presentation. Are there any questions to Sandy in this presentation? If not, it's also possible to raise questions in the comments. We will now go to the next presentation, and it is Arctic Passion, an EU-funded project to support a pan-Arctic observing system of systems. It is Michael Kacher from the Alfred Wegener Institute that will tell us about Arctic Passion. So please, Michael.
Yeah, thank you, Jan, and thanks everyone for giving me the opportunity to say a few words on Arctic Passion. Maybe I should share my screen first. Okay. Here we go. So Arctic Passion is an EU program under the Horizon 2020 framework, which started last summer. It has the ambition to support the Pan-Arctic Observing System of Systems and to help developing it further together with a lot of other actors. Sandy has mentioned some of them, and also Hannele and Nicole before. The background of Arctic Passion is, of course, closely linked to the SAON and ROADS process, and I would like to start this reasoning for the existence of Arctic Passion with a citation from Sandy's and co-authors' papers, saying that the lack of consistent and holistic mechanisms to assess observing system priorities and link independently funded efforts across the Arctic can be viewed as a systemic shortcoming that has hindered adaptation strategies and limited funding responses for an expanded and improved observing system. And Arctic Passion wants to chime in here and support the process to the better. The project covers a large range of topics and also a large range of partner organizations. We are currently 33 partner organizations plus 6 indigenous communities. Due to the sanctions against Russia after the war, we lost our Russian partners, which were 2 and 3 indigenous communities, which is of course quite a significant loss, but this is where we are. The project is coordinated by the Alfred Wegener Institute for Polar and Marine Research. And please have a look at our website, because I can only say a few things on the project, just a little glimpse. So to give you an idea on the basic outline of the project, we have structured our activities into three main pillars. The first pillar, number A, covers the core observing system elements and services, with one work package dealing with establishing and enhancing a more adaptive observing network in terms of more and better coordinated observations, better integration with community-based observing, and so on. I will give an example for this one later on. Then we have one work package dealing with all related data issues, a work package of model support for an observing system setup, and one work package encompassing 8 pilot services, which we are going to develop. Then we have one second pillar, number B, which is encompassing the societal science policy and decision-making support elements of the project. We will be active in societal benefit analysis, partly with the VTA approach that Sandy just mentioned. Work package 6 is dealing entirely with international collaboration and clustering. Shared Arctic variables will be a key issue also as part of this work package, together with work package 1. And then we have one work package dealing with supporting policy and decision making. And then we have one pillar which is integrating and synthesizing and outreach dedicated. To give you a rough overview, the geographical extent, of course, is Pan-Arctic of the project. I already mentioned that the Russian partners are not participating anymore, but we have a lot of partner organizations, activities in North America and Europe, in Greenland, lots of indigenous communities in these regions with whom we are co-creating several pilot services. I mentioned work package 1 and want to give one example here. Work package 1 is focusing on establishing an adaptive, comprehensive and more needs-driven Arctic observing system. We framed the word for our proposal PAN-AOSS, which stands for Pan-Arctic Ocean Observing System of Systems. But as we learned today already from the name of the or the organization of the workshop, there are many different names, and this perhaps maybe one of the things we have to come up as a community soon, one name which we all use together to make it a more stringent case for the politicians. Anyway, work package 1 is not only dealing with enhancing observations, but also better coordination and integration, and covers all domains. Give you an example from the from the marine domain, we are going to establish a distributed biological observatory along the concept of the one which has been established in the Pacific since many years, following their good example. We have the Pacific DBO also as a partner in the project. And for the Atlantic domain, together with a similar effort in the Davis Strait, we are going to work on improving the coordinated observing in those regions. And this is reaching out far beyond Arctic Passion. including also a lot of other groups. The pilot services we are going to work with, or we are going to develop, I should say, cover pretty large range of different topics. They start from an event database of community-based monitoring using oral histories, indigenous and local knowledge. That is an exciting project where we also will try to see how we can combine this knowledge with the scientific knowledge base and see whether we can create something altogether, co-create something altogether with it, which is an advance in understanding. We have pilot services dealing with permafrost, better access to the state of the environment for politicians and decision makers, and fire risk management service, one which is dealing with local pollutant forecast service, and one dealing with improving shipping and polar seas service. We have one which is dealing with acoustic pollution, noise pollution in Greenland waters and the impact on marine living resources there, together with local indigenous communities there, and one on lake ice, improved safety and climate safety. This is the example for the Atlantic DBO in connection with the Pacific and the Davis Strait DBO. And I would just like to take the last 2 minutes as an example for some of the activities we have started to make you interested in this process. And we will send out more information on this soon. The process is guided and led by NPI and UIT, our partners in Norway, and has been initiated at the last ASSW in Tromsø, and will continue. You will meet those meetings and be invited if you're interested to more of those meetings coming soon, for example, at the next ASSW. And just as an example, the current state of this process is to incorporate and get an overview on all existing observations in the Atlantic sector and also those planned, and then from there on as a community to better coordinate and agree on certain standard sections and as well as procedures. And the next meeting in this process will be in autumn, and you can expect more information on this very soon. So thanks a lot, and I will stop here.
Thank you, Michael. Arctic Passion is an initiative that brings forward the principles and the ideas that we have for an Arctic observing system, and it's very good to see the ambitions here. Are there any? We have time for a question. Is there a question for Michael? If not, having now heard from the Arctic, we will also want to hear about initiatives in the Antarctic area, and we have invited Sian Henley from University of Edinburgh. You will tell us about international collaboration towards an integrated Southern Ocean observing system. Yes, Sian, please.
Hello, everybody, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you today to talk about the work that we're doing within the Southern Ocean observing system, so to provide a more southern view than we've seen so far in this meeting. So I am one of the vice chairs of the Southern Ocean observing system, along with 4 excellent colleagues listed on the screen in the executive committee. So I'm sure many of you will know these people. And what I wanted to do today is really focus on the work that we're doing within SOOS that focuses on leveraging international collaboration, because really we view this as the core pillar of a successful Southern Ocean observing system, and within the context of the meeting today, how we then link between the Southern Ocean and the Arctic Ocean. So I'll start by giving an overview of SUS, what we do and how we work, and then I'll use that as a foundation to make some recommendations for this workshop and this audience. So hopefully you can see my my next screen now. So this slide shows the SUS mission. So overall, our mission is to facilitate sustained collection and delivery of essential observations of the Southern Ocean, all stakeholders, and a real emphasis there on all stakeholders across the Southern Ocean space and reaching out globally. And we do this through the—
Sorry, Sian, your sound is fading a bit. Is it something with your microphone or the distance to the microphone, perhaps?
I don't know if that's
No.
okay. How about that?
I think that's perhaps a bit better. Yeah, please.
Okay. Shall I assume that you've heard
fine.
what I've said so far?
Yes, you can. This is fine.
Yes. Okay, great. So yes, we fulfill our mission through the design, advocacy, and implementation of cost-effective observing and data delivery systems. So cost-effective is really an acknowledgement, as others have mentioned, that we don't live in a world with endless resources in terms of people's money or people's time. And therefore, we need to really be as cost effective as we can in leveraging the opportunities that we have as an international collective. So the diagram here is intended to show the full value chain of observing in the Southern Ocean. So in the top left, we start with the priorities that we set, and then we go through planning and operations and the capabilities that are required to deliver the data and observations that we wish to deliver. The data are then collected and analysed and used to create knowledge, and that knowledge is then used for impact at the policy levels, but also large-scale societal goals. And this then feeds back into setting the priorities. So what I want to draw your attention to here is the smaller text within each of these boxes, which has a focus on activity at the international and national levels and cross-cutting across disciplines. So really bringing together different stakeholders, different entities with different interests and objectives in order to provide an observing system that is fit for everybody's needs. So activity over the next 5 to 10 years is summarised in the Science and Implementation Plan for 2021 to 25. And what we do here is break down our objectives into 5 science themes. So these are understanding the cryosphere of the Southern Ocean, the circulation, the carbon and biogeochemistry, and the ecosystems and biodiversity. And you can see these in the different coloured bubbles on the figure here. And then the 5th science theme is the fluxes between different components of the system. So this is a cross-cutting theme across the Southern Ocean, sea ice, and the overlying atmosphere. And these science themes are investigated or underpinned by the foundational capabilities of the Southern Ocean observing system, which are observing system design, key variables and modelling, methods and standards, and in particular standardising those and making them publicly available. And then, of course, the management and delivery of the data that we are collecting and synthesizing for the community. And I'd also like to draw your attention here to the bright blue line that goes through all of these activities, which is the network and coordination activities that we do across the international community, which is strongly underpinned by principles of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and overseen by our Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion group. So within the science themes, there are a number of science challenges, as you can see here, and these are the specific priorities for the wider Southern Ocean community over the next 5 to 10 years. So in terms of the cryosphere, we're looking at ice, ocean, atmosphere interactions and processes including wave ice interaction and deformation. In terms of circulation, we're looking at the role of the Southern Ocean in distributing heat, fresh water and carbon around the global ocean. In theme 3, carbon biogeochemistry, we are looking at the key drivers of primary productivity and the biological carbon pump, and the drivers of these changes over different time and spatial scales. And then around ecosystems and biodiversity, we are seeking to understand both benthic and pelagic ecosystems at the circumpolar scale and smaller regional scales, and how these are changing in response to climate change and the direct impacts of human activity happening within the Southern Ocean. And then the fluxes between these are focusing on spatial, seasonal, and interannual variation in these fluxes, and the observing variables that are key to understanding these fluxes and their changes. So this next slide shows the actual methods and the groupings that deliver on the SEWS mission and the science themes and challenges. And most importantly of all, I'd like to highlight the data management subcommittee, because data are very much at the center of everything that SEWS is trying to do, and we are all here in this workshop to talk about. So the data management subcommittee of SEWS oversees all activities around the collection and delivery of data according to the FAIR data principles, as mentioned by the chair of our session. So in terms of the core activity, we have the regional working groups of SEWS, which are shown on this map in the middle of the slide here, and are broken down into 5 regions, which are brought together to give us a circumpolar sense of observations in the Southern Ocean. We also have capability working groups, which focus on particular aspects of the science, and task teams, which are shorter lived entities with a specific objective or set of objectives to fulfill over a given period of time. And I want to highlight here the large number of partnerships and collaborations that SEWS has with other organizations in the Southern Ocean and global communities that assist us in delivering on our objectives. And indeed, we support those other organizations in delivering on those. And there is always a view to the future in moving these partnerships forward. And the key context within this at the moment is, of course, the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, which has come together to provide a framework for Southern Ocean activity over the UN decade. And SEWS is very pleased to be a central member of this task force. And again, to highlight that the Equity, Diversity and Inclusion group within SEWS is not something that sits off to the side, but it is really core to all of our activities and therefore has oversight of everything that SEWS does. So just skipping back slightly, I wanted to highlight some of the data delivery efforts within SEWS, in particular SEWS Map, which is an online data portal which draws largely on the EMODNet data holdings, as well as those data available from Copernicus, so highly relevant to this community in this workshop, and also the large number of organizations and programs operating across the Southern Ocean. And we also have Due South, which is an expeditions planning tool where members of the community can advertise either opportunities to go to sea or a desire to do so, so that we can make best use of the platforms and the science berths and the technologies available at any given time across the entire community. So I can see that time is getting on, so I'll come to my recommendations for today's workshop. And from the Southern Ocean perspective and the SOOS perspective, our top priority is that international collaboration and coordination are essential to the successful delivery of ocean observing systems, as is effective data management. And that is no exception within the Southern Ocean. And in a resource-limited world, it is of critical importance to leverage the opportunities that are available through partnerships and collaboration. And everything we do must be inclusive and equitable, incorporating the full diversity of the community, both the scientific community, but also other stakeholders with an interest and agency to influence what happens in the Southern Ocean. And of particular relevance to this workshop, I think it's important to consider the fact that the Arctic and Southern Ocean regions and the community is working.
Comment in the chat box. We had also invited Craig Carey from University of Waikato, but with the organizers, we are simply uncertain if we have managed to have the relevant communication. So Craig Carey, if you're with us today, please.
I'm here.
Yeah, great. Sorry for the confusion. I believe
Yeah,
it's on our
I'm
side.
sorry to stop you for a second, but little emergency situation that my disk space for computer suddenly became full and I'm not able to record anymore. Is anyone able to record from the co-hosts?
Yeah, Hannele, we are recording from
Okay,
I've hit
thank you
record,
so
don't worry.
much. Yeah, and we just managed to catch Xian's presentation completely, so no problem with that. And now we are recording, Craig, so fantastic. Thank you so much.
Great. So back to you, Craig. Welcome. We try to have get Arctic perspectives as well as Antarctic perspectives, and you will tell us about ANTOS, the Antarctic Nearshore and Terrestrial Observing System. So please, Craig.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's always a hard act to follow SOOS. This is the third time that's happened. It's like SOOS is such a humbling network to follow, but thank you for the organizers to give me the opportunity to tell you a little bit about ANTOS. I think I'll start off, I guess, by saying that I think for most biologists who are listening, I think we can all agree that no matter what pole that we're working on, we lack critical information about ecosystem diversity and how the changing world is going to impact that. Probably most important, we lack broad scale, integrated, and comparable long-term data sets. I think that's at the focus of this workshop, obviously. And I think this is critically important for us to enable more accurate predictions on what's going to happen to ecosystems, but more importantly, how to inform policy and management decisions around that change. So in a way, I guess that kind of opens up the door for ANTOS. ANTOS is a SCAR expert group. It's been in existence for almost 7 years. It spans all three of the primary research programs, and it's a biologically focused initiative. So this is a network that's focused on biology, in the sense using biology as sentinels of change. And I think the people who were involved in ANTOS believe that biology is probably the most sensitive, most critical to change. And if we can harness a little bit of that information, we'll know how the system is changing and when it's changing. It's a cross-continental, it's a very ambitious program. And I'll talk a little bit about that. And it's also across national program scale. So we're involving all the national programs that are involved in Antarctica. And there's been a huge uptake on ANTOS to date. And it involves a long-term commitment. And this is, I think, everybody who's in this workshop will have this in the back of their mind, is that it's one thing developing a network, it's the other thing is to keep it going for a long time and having that funding behind it. And so ANTOS, like you all, have that same level of commitment towards long-term data sets. The goal of ANTOS is to establish 25 representatives nodal sites. We call these sentinel sites, and this is both terrestrial and near shore. So these are two sort of co-associated environmental situations. This is involving hardware as well as obviously biological measurements. And it's going to be throughout Antarctica, mostly along the coast and in the subantarctic. It is, ANTOS was developed with the sole sort of ethos around consistent methodology across the entire network. This is what was really critical and one of the hardest things that we had to master. It's the one thing we don't have is a consistent methodology. And so it's very difficult to integrate data sets when the methodology is different. Again, long-term, we need to have that long-term measurements, and it is absolutely critical that we involve the national programs. And so to do so, we had to develop a tiered system because we recognized that national programs couldn't invest at the same level. It depended on the national program, it depended on the scientists that were pushing it. And so we developed this around a tiered system, and I'll show you that in a moment. And obviously the main goal is to underpin good science and evidence-based conservation and policy decisions. The tiered system was set up so that we could start getting things into the field right away, but at the same time, we could actually expand it. So the tiered system is based on dollars. It's the hardware part of the system. This is the sensor packages that will be deployed. And they go from just basic biological parameters in the tier 1 and meteorological parameters. So you serve basic AWS with the biology kind of in mind, all the way up to the tier 3 system, which is where you actually have measurements of mechanisms and processes using integrated technology and sensors. So what are we going to be measuring in the physical environment? If you're on tier 1, it's about 10 sensors. You get up to tier 3, you're at 40 sensors. And the tier 3 has integrated Wi-Fi and has the nodes can actually broadcast up to 70 kilometers. So you can have isolated slave units measuring biology at distances as far as 70 kilometers. But within the site, there's a very broad and intensive biological surveys that are done, and then experiments around dispersal colonization, diversity measurements, distribution, functional measurements that can be now made, and also population genetics that will be made. So all of these things are integrated into each one of the sites. What were the immediate challenges? Well, and I'm showing the ones that are complete because I think it's important to show that we've actually made progress on this. So designing a universal adaptable platform was one of the key things. This is off-the-shelf technologies, but we've got a vendor that we're working with in Canada that is an integrator and is integrating all of this technology and making it available to each of the national programs. So we have one source, but multiple types of technologies. And that one vendor will also implement all of the upgrading and the calibration of all the sensors on a routine basis. Field guides have been in technical field guides, and the survey field in the field, and the technical guides and the field guides have been completed. So this is a really intense rule book on how to do the surveys in each site, as well as all the technology that hardware we'll be putting to the site. It's it's all the manuals and everything together collectively, so that the national programs, who is ever implementing the node, can perform everything as necessary. A database is now being developed. This is being held and in perpetuity indefinitely by the Korean national program, and they've developed the database, and we now have data flowing into it from the 6 sites that we currently have deployed. Some of the big challenges that still exist is funding, bringing the national programs on. We've been very philanthropy, and we've been quite successful so far at drawing attention, and we think we have a couple of bites, so we're hoping to get some philanthropic support to get at least the first 25 nodes in place. Where the sites are going to go, we have had 2 surveys, and so this is the entire Antarctic community have been censused to identify and nominate sites, and now we're in the process of doing the development on those sites. And the investment from the projections, one of the biggest challenges is to convince and encourage the national programs to continue the monitoring after the funding runs out. So that's one of our biggest challenges still to date. So what are some of the deliverables from Antos? Well, obviously from a scientific standpoint, having a wide spatial scale, contextual, field-based survey, so you can draw data from a huge scale across the entire Antarctic continent, I think is quite enticing, especially for those who are using remote sensing as ground validation. And the other thing is that the nodal sites, the tier 3s, are entirely adaptable and expandable. They're all telemited. Everything is telemited through to either Inmarsat or through Iridium. So the data is in a real live stream, and scientists can connect new projects onto that same site and continue the expansion of each of the nodes itself. From a policy perspective, we believe that the information will be critical in informing policy and management on the Antarctic continent in light of change. We think that this type of information this type of evidence-based information will be used by many, and it will inform the programs the critical national programs as necessary. And then the National Antarctic, the CONNAP itself has been very interested in Antos because they're obviously facing, they need predictions on environmental change. They need to know when it's happening because this really dramatically will affect logistics, planning, operations, and existing structures. And this is already happening on the continent where structures are very close to water masses that are now rising, these lakes are rising, and these existing structures need to be moved. And the more prediction, the more accurate the predictions that we can give them, the better they are. And I guess I'll just end with the internationalness of Antos. We've got, and just on the committee itself, we have 12 countries represented, and we have another about 14 to 15 country national programs that are involved, but not actually on the committee itself. And it's a growing, it's probably one of the most exciting or growing committees that we have in SCAR, and it's received a lot of press. And we hope that in the next couple of years, if we can nail some philanthropic support for the establishment of the system, that will be underway. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Craig. Very interested, and I also, of course, see the similarities with we saw some of the biological systems in the Arctic, and I believe that maybe we can also bring some of you together here. We are a bit short on time, so I'd like to go to the next presentation. And having now heard from the Arctic as well as the Antarctic, we will now hear from Mark Drinkwater that will present the polar perspective. Mark is with the ESA, and his title is ESA Contribution to Space Infrastructure in an Integrated Polar Observing System. So please, Mark, I can see that you're...
Thanks, Jan-René. I'll let me try to share my screen here.
We can.
Are you able to see full screen now?
Yeah, yes, we are.
Very good. Hi, so I'm Mark Drinkwater. I lead the scientific preparation of ESA's Earth observation missions, and I maintain advisory groups to ensure that the missions are responding to user needs. But I think most importantly, I've been involved in the coordination of space agency activities in response to polar needs throughout the last 15 years through what's known as the WMO Polar Space Task Group. I'm a cryosphere scientist by background, having worked in the cryospheric sciences for both NASA and ESA, and most recently been involved in helping to pioneer the Copernicus integrated observing system elements, and that's part of what I'm going to talk about today. So I'd like to relate a little bit about where we stand with ESA's contribution to the observing system infrastructure, but from a space perspective now, just to give you an overview of where we stand. So ESA's got a number of program elements that contribute fundamentally to the global perspective where it comes to observing the polar regions. And importantly, we have missions which are being developed in a variety of frameworks. If we look at the two orbits on the left, we're talking about research missions. The leftmost orbital arc comprises small satellite-based missions and so-called missions of opportunity, such as the MAGIC mission, which is a joint constellation which we're preparing with NASA for mass change monitoring, which is relevant, of course, to the ice sheet monitoring tasks. We have Earth Explorers and a ring of missions there, which are driven by the research community through proposals to the agency. And then, of course, on the rightmost side, we have the more operational flavored missions where we have the Copernicus Sentinels, which have been developed with a series of 6 operational series of satellites, which are presently in orbit at the moment. We're undergoing an expansion into what we're calling Copernicus 2.0 with 6 new so-called expansion Sentinels, which expand the capacity of the existing Copernicus system. And then, of course, wrapping around all of these, we have our traditional operational meteorological satellite systems, which provide data 24/7 to the numerical weather prediction models through the National Meteorological and Hydrological centers. Now, if we focus specifically on the Earth Explorer missions, first of all, these remember are the primary science user-driven element of our future Earth observation program. And these missions are submitted through calls to the community. Anybody can propose an Explorer mission. It goes through a competitive mechanism, and that's what's resulted in the 6 missions that we have today, where we have 5 at the top, which are delivering data already, and EarthCare is in final stages of preparation for launch. We have a number of flavors of different observations, but many of you will already be familiar with the Cryosat mission, for instance, which has delivered elevation and thickness of marine and land ice, complemented also by the SMOS mission, which, although not designed for polar observations, is also delivering sea ice thickness over seasonal sea ice zone, for instance. So we have a new mission which is coming along, which we're about to take a decision on. It's called Earth Explorer 10. You see it at the lower right. Harmony is a mission, it's a synthetic aperture radar-based mission, and it'll be a constellation of small satellites flying together with Sentinel-1, which will be of value for both sea ice and the ice sheets. And so this is our science and innovation wing of our programs, and these are relatively high-risk missions, but perhaps most importantly, they deliver the new observing system capabilities and new techniques with which we could foresee operational systems in the future. So this is the mainstay of our program, and it's through development of these capacities that we end up with operational systems later. So where are the operational systems developed? And that's largely in collaboration with the European Union. We work in partnership with the European Commission to fulfill the needs of the 6 services that you see within Copernicus, illustrated by icons at the lower left. There we have the atmosphere, the marine, the land, climate, emergency and security services, and these drive the user needs. ESA responds to the user needs delivered by the European Commission, and we are responsible for developing the space segment of the Copernicus program on behalf of the Commission. Now, many of these satellites also launched and operated in conjunction with our operational compatriot EUMETSAT on behalf of the European Commission. And so there's a shared element of the operation and data delivery mechanisms in order to fulfill the Copernicus needs. Now, importantly, for the Arctic, we're expanding the capabilities of Copernicus in order to respond to many of the policy initiatives, such as the European integrated policy for the Arctic. And there we're being asked to fulfill an expanded domain of user needs in order to satisfy this integrated European policy. And so we're currently in the process of developing an expanded perspective for Copernicus, which includes 3 new polar-focused missions, and I'll come to those in just a moment. But to give you the overall context of Copernicus, we already have a fantastic system in operation. The green panels on the left illustrate the 6 series of missions that have already been launched, including Sentinels 1, 2, 3, 5, Precursor, and 6. There we have everything from microwave radar-based systems to optical systems, both at high resolution and medium resolution. These will be complemented shortly by both a polar orbiting and geostationary positioned Sentinel-4 and 5 capacity, which will be hosted on the Meteosat 3rd generation and the METOP 2nd generation polar orbiting satellite systems. That will help to complete the slate of current generation Sentinels, but you can see we're already planning for the future. In fact, the perspective for Copernicus 1.0 was originally between approximately 2014-15 and 2030, a 15-year time span of operational data delivery. And so we're already in the process of planning the next generation Sentinels, which will be augmented capability from the current Sentinels 1, 2, and 3. And we've also been looking at the so-called Copernicus expansion Sentinels, which will add some new data dimensionality to the existing Sentinel systems. So what's the main message about maintaining this kind of infrastructure? Because the rather exuberant expression of interest in this wide variety of data obviously has its consequences where it comes to the infrastructure required to deliver this volume of data on a daily basis. Of course, we need a coherent perspective for dealing with these massive volumes of data, and that's one of the challenges that's been presented by maintaining an operational system of this nature. You can see this massive volume of data has implications for near real-time data delivery, both to the operational services, and it requires a very coherent perspective from the standpoint of planning the ICT requirements, and from the perspective of development of new products and services so that they can be integrated effectively into the Copernicus services. To give you a feeling for the level of coordination that we're actually doing, we don't develop these individual satellites in isolation, and the synergy of the missions is also extremely important to us. And so this is designed to give you an impression of the type of integrated system perspective that we're maintaining at ESA in order to make sure that we can guarantee the synergy between some of the data sets delivered by each of them. Here you can see the coherence between many of the observations which are made not only by the Sentinels themselves, but also in combination with other missions. You'll recognize as the satellites fly over the polar regions the appearance of the METOP satellite, for instance, the operational polar orbiting MET mission. And you'll also note a mission SWAT that we included here from the perspective of the ocean sampling to go with our Sentinel missions. And so we're trying to maintain an architectural vision which is coherent, and you can see that we have a vast array of operational data sets through these crisscrossing orbits over the polar region. And so we have unprecedented coverage, and with the augmentation of Copernicus 1.0, with the new next generation Sentinels, and with some of the expansion missions, we have a fantastic opportunity to harvest these data sets for the benefit of observations of the polar regions. So how can we put that into practice now? Well, I go to the next slide. We have a unique opportunity in Europe. We're also already forging a relationship with our European Commission colleagues to ensure that we can develop a partnership with Horizon Europe with our future EO program. And there we have a collaborative framework for coordinated programming of our initiatives within our so-called polar cluster within ESA. These are activities which are developed within our future EO program. This is initiated in conjunction through coordinated programming with DG RTD within EC. And there, the content of the work program within Horizon Europe is also being coordinated with our initiatives to ensure that the two program contributions are interlocking. And so here you see EU-PolarNet, the EU Polar Cluster, and the activities which are formulated within the EU framework program and through the work planning of the Commission. And here we have our interlocking efforts from the ESA Polar Science Cluster, which are programmed in collaboration with the Commission. And of course, the benefits are, of course, the scientific collaboration, the sharing of knowledge, sharing of tools, the interdisciplinary nature of the research between the different groups. And of course, we can boost the capabilities of the polar community in this way. So in conclusion, ESA, on behalf of Europe, is developing a unique and growing Earth observation infrastructure, which is relevant in the context of this meeting, and which is already supporting a growing number of polar applications. Together with the Commission and EUMETSAT, we're now in the process of developing the satellites, which will enhance and extend the existing Copernicus system. Of course, these new satellites are driven by both user and policy requirements, and that's the reason why we're justified in going ahead with the development of these on behalf of the European Union. And of course, these will secure continuity not only in the existing 6 series of Sentinel data, but it'll also augment the data sets with new types of observations. We have our Earth Explorers, of course, and that remains an opportunity for development of new science-driven capabilities. This might encompass new innovative techniques or new technologies for observing the polar regions in ways which we don't presently do at the present, and so that dimension exists. But as I've mentioned, some huge challenges remain to fully exploit the data that are already there. We've seen the huge volumes of data, and so we need a very solid perspective for the infrastructure needed in order to best drive this integrated perspective in the future. I think it's clear we have an extremely rich and growing data capability, and these can be used in both reanalyses and climate activities now that we have developed some decades worth of data sets with the continuity that Copernicus offers. And this provides an unparalleled scientific evidence base for some of the work that we wish to do in the future. So thanks very much for allowing me to introduce this. Obviously, we're talking about effective decision-making and policy, and our systems are being designed to respond to these needs in the future. So thanks very much for the time to present this.
Thank you very much, Mark, for this very interesting and comprehensive presentation. We are running over time, so we'll continue to the next presentation, and I should ask the next speaker to stick to the timelines here. I said in the beginning that one of the things that we've been looking into within EU-PolarNet is also to understand what existing observing capacities or assets already exist, and Roberta Pirazzini from FMI will tell us about ongoing work to more systematically organize this information. So, Roberta, please.
Thank you very much for having me here. I hope you are seeing the screen well, the presentation.
We cannot. No, there's something wrong. We can see something, but it seems to be a bit displaced. Or if you try to move the presentation a bit, then. Yeah, now we can see it. We can see it now. Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yes, so I would like to give an update on an effort to optimize polar observing through improved information sharing across observing networks. And this is something of a bridge between the polar observing and polar data communities. And I am presenting here on behalf of the SEON Polar Observing Asset Working Group, which is led by Bill Manley and myself, with active collaborative participation by many other listed here. Polar Observing Asset Working Group was formed a few years ago under the SEON Committee on Observations and Networks. Do you want to showcase your network, or are you interested in best practices? And do you want an easier way to develop a catalog of observing assets? Then please sign up in the polarobservingasset.org webpage to join our monthly meetings, or just to stay informed on our progress. Broadly speaking, there is recognized the need for an integrated polar observing system with a means of identifying strengths and gaps, a knowledge map to clarify direction and way to build capacity to better meet observing goals. But the challenge is to obtain a comprehensive perspective across a highly fragmented and distributed landscape of dozens or hundreds of observing systems. At this time, it is difficult to assess the status, conduct planning, or optimize resources without the level of granularity needed to do so. Here we are talking about a discrete individual component of observing structure. As Jan-René pointed out before, it includes fixed sites such as station, facility, vegetation plots, mooring, super sites, as well as mobile platforms such as buoys, ships, aircraft, and more. But also we would like to track or catalog other activities such as scientific research project, field-based campaign, and overarching programs, network, and observing systems. What would be very helpful, it is if observing systems shared basic discovery level details about networks, project size, and all this information that I have listed. Fundamentally, what we are talking about is observing related metadata. Each of these details listed in this table is a metadata element. Sometimes they can be presented as a fields in a database, as an element of metadata record, or just column in a spreadsheet. These are details that once aggregated or just accessible, they would form the basis for strategic assessment. It is true that many observing network and related organizations have built and shared catalogs of their observing assets for their own internal purposes or for broader goals. We know that there need not to be and should not be only one portal. And almost all these portals listed here in this slide are defined by geographical or thematical scope, or by governance or funding addressing specific user audience, most commonly for individual network. And there are many more networks without accessible catalogs of their observing or monitoring capacity. The real challenge here is a lack of interoperability with this information across the networks. Many have or share details through custom metadata structure and vocabularies, reinventing the wheel each time, resulting in apples and oranges that are difficult to put together and harmonize. Most of them do not share the information through machine-readable access. For example, many simply present the information as a table on a web page or a PDF. And finally, there is much duplicated effort with building asset catalogs from scratch. To help address these challenges, the Polar Observing Asset Working Group has identified and is making progress on 3 main tasks. On creating a registry of polar observing networks, focusing on interoperability parameters if they have a metadata catalog of assets, and promoting tools to facilitate harmonization across implementations. And finally, in creating a guide to make it easier for networks to populate, deploy, and share a catalog of observing assets. So here, as an example, it's a draft of a mock-up of the intended registry of polar observing network. So user could use the search and filter for the most important details about the network, such as region, sub-region, operational domain, scientific disciplines, and the website address. And then they could click on the card to see a landing page with more information about that network. This includes a network description, the organization responsible for the network, as many other details like contact email, information on interoperability parameters, etc. The idea is that this would be a registry, not just an inventory. And an individual network will provide the content, helping assure that the information stays up to date. With slow and steady progress and participation by many individuals from both the observing and data community, we anticipate that the outcome of our working group will be to provide a basis for planning and integration, help make observing related information more findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, the FAIR principle, and make it easier for individual network or organization to build, share, and deploy catalog of observing assets. With this, I thank you, and for more information, I invite you to see our recent short statement published in the Arctic Observing Summit 2022, or visit our website. Thank you very much, and I'm pleased to answer your question, if you have.
Yeah, thank you, Roberta, for introducing this very important work and the group that is trying to organize this information. Unfortunately, we do not have time for questions.
All right.
We have tried to put some kind of structure into this session, but one of the things that we've also had to look into was the time difference to the speakers that we wanted to invite. And that's why here a bit late in the program, we can now invite Mary Beth Murray from University of Calgary, North America, Canada, to tell us more about the Arctic Observing Summit. The Arctic Observing Summit meets every second year, and is I say a grassroots initiative where people really get together and discuss many aspects of Arctic observing. So Mary Beth, if you're with us, could you please share with us the outcome of the latest summit?
Mary
Yeah,
Beth,
I am.
would you
And
like me to share the screen now?
Yeah.
Yes, please. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Yes, I appreciate the consideration of the time difference very much. So I'll just wait for Hannela to put up my slides. I'm in, okay, great. So I'm going to try and be quick here this morning and just give you an overview of the outcomes of the Observing Summit from 2022. Next slide, please. I know there are some people here that may not be familiar with the Observing Summit. So I'll just provide very quickly some background. Next slide, Hannah. Thank you. So as Jan mentioned, the summit is biennial. The first one was held in 2013. So this year, 2022, was our 6th summit. We've held them since 2014 in conjunction with Arctic Science Summit Week. And so that brings as many members of the community together. The summit continues to grow from the first year where we had 100+ participants to over 350 in 2020, which was moved to a complete online summit. And this year we did a hybrid summit, and I anticipate that going forward, we'll continue to have hybrid summit because it allows us to have many more people participate than if we normally hold it in person. And this graphic just kind of shows you the distribution of representation from different countries from 2022. We're still pulling together the data, or sorry, from 2020. We're still pulling together the data from 2022. Next slide, please. Each summit ends with a report. This is the most recent report from the 2020 summit. Summits contain are guided by the activities of different working groups and white papers. All of the materials from previous summits and coming from 2022 are available on the AOS website, and I'll share the link with that at the end of this talk. A number of the working groups have carried forward from the very first year, in particular, and while the names have changed of the working groups a little bit, they are still working on some of the same problems. So I would call out the data interoperability and federated search group from 2020, carry forward to 2022, and tightly connected to the Arctic Data Committee and other groups. Next slide, please. So the summit theme this year was Arctic observation at the intersection of health, understanding, resilience, and it was held in Tromsø, following right on the ASSW business meetings, as has been the plan, as I mentioned, for the last, the path for the last 4 or 5 summits. Next slide, please. We had 6 sub-themes this year: food security, regional to global observing, data sharing, system integration, which is the Say on Roads process that Sandy has already spoken about this morning, utility and benefits, and the capacity sharing working group. And each of these working groups the activities of the working groups are underlain by 30+ short statements that were submitted to the various themes, several invited white papers. The summit itself consisted of, as it always does, of plenary talks, panel discussions, and breakout groups focused on the themes, the sub-themes, or the different working group activities. And I should say that the working groups are constituted well in advance of the summit, and they are engaged in meetings and activities and synthesis of statements and white papers prior to the summit. If there are people here that are interested in becoming or in the summit and haven't participated in the past, please do feel free to reach out, and we'd like to get you engaged, and I'll talk a little bit about 24 at the end of my talk. Next slide, please. At each summit, we issue a summit statement that highlights the key outcomes or key recommendations from the summit itself. These are, and I want to say that we're still wordsmithing these final key takeaways and also some of the recommendations that I'll make, but each working group normally puts forward a number of recommendations that they've prioritized based on the content of the white papers, the short statement, and the discussion that takes place at the summit. And then of those, we generally select the highest priority ones to go into the summit statement, and then the full suite of recommendations and overview of discussions comes out in a final report. So these are some of the key takeaways from this year, and I think they speak to some of the things that we've heard in the previous talks. So particularly the need to consider recommendations from Indigenous working groups working in the Arctic and make concrete changes to the way we do things now to facilitate a more inclusive approach to setting priorities, determining what observations should be made, addressing the development of shared Arctic variables. That speaks to the second key takeaway here, that this process of development of shared Arctic variables, which Sandy spoke about, should proceed in parallel and in communication with efforts of the global observing systems and to help expand Arctic observation. To Roberta's points, the recommendation this year about the need for further development of international efforts in data sharing is necessary to address both scientific needs and to integrate Indigenous knowledge into existing systems of sharing Arctic information. To our discussion of the Stay on Roads process from earlier today, the process for defining SAVs has been developed, and funded projects like Arctic Passion, for example, are now proceeding with building expert panels and proposing SAVs. A second last key takeaway is that it really is time to now look at partnering with the private sector to facilitate data acquisition and knowledge sharing. We really strongly recommend trying to come to consensus on ways to remove barriers to accessing data that's acquired by the private sector, as this, we believe, will expand the benefits of information provided by all kinds of observing systems, not just the public observing systems. And finally, from Capacity Sharing Working Group, capacity sharing requires that scientists and others involved in observing come to the Arctic prepared to learn from, rather than just educate the communities where they intend to work. Next slide, please. So my previous slides showed some of the overarching big recommendations, and then just here, and I won't read all our time, are some examples of the more detailed recommendations that come from each of the working groups based on the documentation that we've assembled from the summit. And I would anticipate somewhere between 5 and 15 specific recommendations from each of the working groups that will go into the final report. And those cover everything from ways to be more inclusive, to sustain funding, to setting priorities for observations, or ways to identify observational needs, ways to identify what kinds of information is actually being utilized to provide benefit. So they're very specific. Next slide, please. So just talking about the next phases of the summit. The summit is now well established. As I mentioned at the beginning, we held our 6th summit this year. We're looking to release a summit statement this month. And then we hope to release a full summit report by the fall, early in the fall, and potentially produce a special issue of the journal Arctic. We have produced Arctic Observing Summit special issues in that journal several times now, and those are all available online, open access, if you want to read the documents, read the papers that have come out of those summits. Generally, those papers that are published in Arctic start as white papers, go through the standard peer review process, and then come out in a special issue. We have proposed a series of summit-related sessions for the coming year, beginning with Arctic Circle in October, the ArcticNet annual meeting here in Canada in December, AGU in December in the United States, ISAR in Japan in the winter of 2023, and then Arctic Science Summit Week in 2023. The 7th Arctic Observing Summit will be held in the United Kingdom, again in conjunction with Arctic Science Summit Week. And between now and that summit, we continue to seek support for the AOS Secretariat, which is currently a joint initiative of Canada and the United States, with support staff in Alaska at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and at my own institution, the Arctic Institute of North America at the University of Calgary. We will be forming the new executive committee in the coming year. And in between the summit, the activities of the working groups, for example, the Arctic Data Committee, the Food Security Working Group, and some of the others will continue. And also the activities of related funded projects. And here again, I would call out the US project, Arctic Co-ops, the Arctic Passion Project, and the jointly funded Canadian New Frontiers Initiative that is part of Arctic Passion. We will anticipate in our standard, and we have a standard timeline or call for white papers and statements that would come out in 2023. And the executive committee will make a decision prior to that call whether we'll go for a full white paper process, which we did last for the summit that was held in Iceland or virtually. And then we look to hold the next summit itself in the spring of 2024. We try to deliver the outcomes from each summit up to our national governments and funding agencies, to international entities such as the Arctic Science Ministerial, the Arctic Council, and others, so that the recommendations actually have helped to move forward some of the joint statements that have been issued through things like the Arctic Science Ministerial. Next slide, please. And just to wrap it up, I want to say that in each report, we do try to provide some information on participation, who's contributed to coming to the recommendations. So I'm not going to show you all of these, but we do a sort of an aggregation of data on disciplinary expertise that's engaged, different countries that are participating, numbers of participants, whether or not participants represent the private sector, the public sector, not-for-profit sector, those kinds of things, so that we can really illustrate that the summit recommendations and outcomes and that summit statement is a product of a diverse group of people with diverse expertise and backgrounds, and that it reflects a consensus of that group. And those recommendations we come to them through consensus. So I think I'll stop there because I know we're already over time. If you go to the very last slide, it's easy to find the information on the web, www.arcticobservingsummit.org. And I'm happy to answer any questions offline that people might have. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mary Beth, and thanks for being with us so early. I can see, and I know that the organizers and you are working very hard to wrap up the 2022 AOS, and I can also see plans for the next years. They're coming up. We will go to our last speaker now, and the title is Data Infrastructure as Part of the Integrated Observing System. It's Peter Pulsifer from Carleton University, and Peter, you've been with us and discussing these matters from the very beginning. So I think you're the wise man to go to here. So please share with us your thoughts. Thank you.
Great. Well, thanks, John. Happily, I'm in very good company. We have a lot of great people working in the community, and I'm just going to give an overview of some of the activities and then wrap up with some recommendations. To start, I'm going to just talk a little bit about defining data infrastructure. So there are many ways to define data infrastructure, or infrastructure in general. I think about it as a number of nested components, with the foundation being, fundamental activities such as the data collection, the management, curation of the data, as well as things like long-term preservation and education. So without this, many of the other things that we're talking about are not possible. The second tier I see as summarized by what we've talked about already, fair data. So that gets into actually, what we can do with the data, how we can move it around, how we can share it, and so on. The third is community coordination. So we are necessarily in the polar regions working in a distributed system. And so this coordination is fundamental. And then specifically for the Arctic, Indigenous data, information, and knowledge representation is critical. So thinking about some of the things that are central to that. So I am going to talk about each of these briefly using this approach, using this classification system. So first, when we're thinking about the data collection, the fundamentals, really, I think a key element here is this idea of data institution. So happily, in the past, I'd say a couple of decades in particular, we've seen the emergence of a number of institutions. And so essentially, I'm talking about here, organizations, initiatives, et cetera, that are persistent, that are going beyond the lifespan of a single project, and that we're going to have around for some time. And if we're talking about infrastructure, I think the idea of persistence is really important, because otherwise it's not really infrastructure. It's not something that people can depend on. It's not something that gets maintained and so on. So this includes, I think, organizations like data centers, but also working groups like POAG, we have Arctic Data Committee, we have many others, as well as Indigenous organizations who have the mandate to work on these topics for their constituents. Fair data, I'm not going to say a lot on. This has already been brought up a number of times, but it is sort of a really nice way, a nice acronym to think about how we mobilize or move the data around. Starting with findability. So there's some great activities going on within the community that have emerged from these coordination efforts through the Polder Working Group. And that includes things like best practices, but also very practical outputs like the Polder Federated search tool, which you can find from the Polder website that's down there on the lower right-hand side. So this is a really good example of how getting together can actually produce really tangible results. We are also not just thinking about findability, though. We have to think about actually accessibility, interoperability, and so on. So there are a number of different initiatives that are really focusing on this, and these go right from the bottom up. But I think it's really important to think about some of these top level ones that are at the global level, because that gives us a broad perspective on the entire Earth system, not just individual parts. But using FAIR principles, we can have data that are collected very locally, move right through on up to the global systems. Community coordination, there's been a lot of effort in moving this forward, particularly since the International Polar Year. The IPY was a good catalyst for bringing us together as a global community. And so we've had a number of different activity classes or activities that have been going on. The Polar Data Forum series is one good example. So that's been happening since 2013, and that came out of the actual wrap-up of IPY was in 2012 in Montreal, and this came out of that to continue the conversations around data. And we've had 4 Polar Data Forum meetings since then, the latest being in the fall of 2021. And what's really great to see there is we've been sharing that around. Different groups have been organizing it, and we had the largest meeting ever. Although it was online, we had 350 people participate in the fall of 2021. Arctic Data Committee was formed also coming out of the International Polar Year and the IASC Data Statement of Principles and Practices, and it's a joint committee between IASC and SEON, which are currently suspended at the moment as described earlier, but we'll continue work when hopefully that we move past that soon. But that group has been working on a number of different initiatives, including coordination. So many different workshops, conferences, and the latest being the convening of the Polar to Global Hackathon. So that's been happening every 2 months, and it started after the third Polar Data Forum, but really came out of the requirements of the pandemic and also the great success of the 2020 Arctic Observing Summit. And so that worked really well online on very short notice. So we decided, okay, let's move forward and try and meet every couple of months. And it's really helped us to keep things moving forward in between in-person sessions, which of course have been very rare recently. Arctic Observing Summit also every 2 years. So this has been a really good sort of touchstone where the community gets together, talks with the broader observing community, comes up with priorities, themes, etc., things that we really need to focus on. And that then feeds back into the intersessional activities with the data committees and other groups moving forward. This is also happening at a national level. So just as one example, a couple of weeks ago, we had a really productive meeting in Victoria, British Columbia for the Canadian Polar Data Workshop. And that's the fourth in a series of national level workshops in Canada. And I know this is happening elsewhere as well. So again, it's a multi-scale system. They're all interconnected, but we want and need to have these conversations at these different scales. This just gives you a view of, the various activities. This is not comprehensive, but just some samples of different things that have been happening since the beginning of the IPY, which started off in 2006, actually, with a data coordination meeting, and then has continued since then with many activities. One of the things that we're doing, and this is, I think, exciting because we have a new partnership with the Arctic Passion project that's going to help move this forward in our group at Carleton, as well as actually I should have CCATI on there, that we're actually doing this in the context of the Canadian Consortium for Arctic Data Interoperability, the Polar Group, et cetera. And what we're doing is we're formalizing our model, our database of these different organizations that are working together and how they're working together around data sharing. So we have a new system in place to manage the data, and then Arctic Passion is going to work with us to continue expanding the database and enhancing the database. So last but certainly not least, Indigenous data information and knowledge representation. So we talked about the FAIR principles at the international level. There are also the CARE principles from the Global Indigenous Data Alliance. So that's not specific to the Arctic region, but it's certainly relevant to the Arctic region. And then there are many others that are specific to the Arctic region. And so the key point here is that we need to be thinking about these principles, these issues as well, not strictly the technological components of data sharing or FAIR, but also the human components, and looking back historically at what has happened in the region and how we can be better in the future. And so there's a recognition that there are many different organizations, Indigenous-led organizations who are in the lead for these activities, along with their communities and their individual communities who are standing up their own data systems now. And so they need to be part of this conversation and part of these initiatives to coordinate within the community, as well as to establish the actual physical systems. So wrapping up, just a few concluding remarks. These are just recommendations related to these 4 categories or themes. So in terms of the fundamentals, I think we need to maintain and grow data institutions. And probably one of our biggest challenges as a research community has been developing these institutions as opposed to the projects. And there's no easy, simple solution to that. A lot of our funding, a lot of our resources come as project funding. But this is where I think we've seen some success with a number of initiatives you've seen presented here, like SEOM, the Rhodes process, and other activities like that can maintain things over time and then have contributions from individual projects going forward, so that we're not starting from scratch each time. Strive, of course, for fair data, and we recognized in a report or activity to write a report, I'll show you in the next slide, that achieving full fair data is very difficult. It can be expensive, but we need to work towards that, and we need to start simple with what I call FA data, the findable and accessible at least, and then getting into the interoperable and reusable we do over time. Maintain. So I think maintaining what we do have, we've made a lot of progress in the last 20 years on the community coordination. So let's keep that going and then expand. We know we're not there yet. We don't have all of the representation that we need. We're not doing everything that we can, so we can continue there. And then again, last but not least, the Indigenous organization under their leadership really prioritize Indigenous data information and their knowledge, representations of their knowledge as part of this infrastructure. Just as a couple of points here, I think what we're finding now is working well is to focus. So it's great to have committees, and committees are great at keeping things going and also looking at the big picture, but to get some of these tools in place or some of these other tangible products, spinning off working groups, like Polar is a good example. That is a working group that was created by a number of data committees and then has really been focused on the federated search and has done some great things in a very short period of time. We need to secure sustained resources. We all know that. That's really the biggest challenge, but to really keep this going as infrastructure, that's critical. For those of you interested in more details, through the Polar to Global Hackathon, this started out actually at the 3rd Polar Data Forum, but continued through the hackathon and was published a little while ago. You can get access to this report, and it is an alignment of polar data policies and then recommended principles. So there's a lot of discussion there about some of the things that have been touched on here. And then lastly, something I presented at the recent Canadian workshop as well, and this is just a metaphor for how we work together. If you're a cyclist, you know the best way to go fast and far, both, is to ride in a peloton. And the peloton it's a group effort. There have to be people out front at various times, but those people, move over, they share the workload, they share the effort, they share the leadership, and that really moves the whole group together in a much better way. And so I think that's how I perceive us as a community, is this group that is taking leadership, in our individual nations or regions or whatever, going out front, but we're doing it together and moving together better and faster. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, for this nice overview of what's been going on within the data community. Yeah, essentially going back to IPY, and you've always been in the forefront of that, Peloton. So I think we should all thank you for that. We are over time, and my apologies for this, but we can close the session now. We will have a break, but I believe that Hannele has been giving some thought to what our next
Yeah, I would like to suggest that we come back in 15 minutes. And then it is the time to let you continue, all the participants, with the breakout group discussions. And before the chairs of the breakout groups and the rapporteurs are breaking out, can you stay for a couple of minutes before going on a break? I would like to share a couple words with you.
So we'll be back at 7 minutes past the hour, right?
Yeah, 10 past.
10 past, okay, good.
Hannele, how does this work with the Padlet?
Yeah, it works so that you can simply, for example, for group 2, you can share the link to the Padlet number 2 for group 2.
Okay.
Yeah. So we simply use the Padlets from 1 to 4. Yeah.
Okay. So group number 7 should also share with group
number
because
2. They are in group 2 now. Yeah. So everyone can use that group 2 Padlet.
All right. Yep.
Yeah. We just cut down the number a little bit.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Welcome to the second session of the workshop, and this will be the breakout group discussion session. But before I give you short instructions on these breakout group discussions, I would like to make a little poll among you. And hopefully you can now see the poll. So I would like to ask about your region of interest. So are you mainly identifying yourself with the Arctic community, Antarctic, Polar, so both communities, or something else? And I give a little bit more time for you to think about if there are some more people joining before we go into the breakout group discussions. So you can see like nearly 50% now Arctic community, 17 Antarctic, 27 Polar, and 7 representing something else. Good. And now to the breakout group discussions. So here you can see the results now. And now I will share my screen and show you some short instructions for this breakout group session. Hopefully you are all able to see my screen now. So the aim of these breakout group discussions is to initiate the process leading to actionable and policy level recommendations to accelerate the development of integrated polar observing system. And I would really like to encourage you during the discussions to be bold and not limit your ideas. So just be really open and willing to share your ideas. All the ideas and comments and feedback is really welcome. And we just want to capture as much information as possible and as many ideas as possible from you so that we can really then filter down in the next steps of this process to the core recommendations. And like I mentioned, this will be a start of the process, this whole workshop and this breakout group discussions. So it will not be the only chance. So you will hear in the third session, in our final session, about the overall process, but there will be other possibilities along this process then to comment and still feed into the recommendations. And here you can see our breakout groups. So as a result of a little meeting during the break, we are going to now have 4 different breakout groups. One on technological integration, technology. The second on integration of research, development and collaboration. The third one on integration of governing and funding. And one about the group number 4 about integration of stakeholders and services. So those who were previously assigned in the email that you received earlier to group 7 will now join group 2. That is the same topic. Those who were assigned previously to group number 6 on technology will now join group 1. And those who were assigned to group 5, funding, are now joining this combined group number 3. And each of the groups will follow one of these columns in this discussion framework. So for example, group 1 and group 6, former group 6, will follow this technological integration column. And each of the groups are going to talk about the components of the integrated polar observing system, the immediate and long-term actions to accelerate the development and integration. These will form the core of the recommendations. Then you are going to discuss about the benefits, possibilities, and opportunities as an outcome of the development and integration of integrated polar observing system, the risks hindering the development and integration, and then we would like to hear about the linkages and lessons learned from your previous and current experience from Arctic and Antarctic. And each of the groups will share in the chat box in the beginning of the discussions a Padlet board. So you will receive a link in the chat box to a Padlet board, and it will look like this. So the column that you are going to discuss is going to be highlighted in the Padlet board or on the Padlet board, but you are still able to see and comment on any of the topics. And the only exception now is that each of you can follow this yellow highlight, except for group 3 will and can fill in 2 columns, number 3 and number 5. So this is shared so that you, all the participants, you are able to submit comments here on the Padlet board. So that is another way to capture your ideas during the discussion. So not only the rapporteurs of each breakout group are making notes on their documents, but also you are able to submit individual comments and attend the discussion that way. So feel free to really type in your thoughts into these boards so we can capture all the information and your valuable contribution. And about the recording, So we have recorded the first session, and those presentations and slides will be made publicly available. We are also going to record all the breakout group discussions, but those will not be made into public. We will just revisit them to supplement all the notes from the breakout group discussions, just to ensure that everything that is important will be captured into the recommendations. And again, we will record session 3, and the 2 last presentations from that will be made publicly available. So I will now open the breakout groups, and please click in the group of your choice, preferably the one where you were assigned to previously. Okay, and now I will open the breakout rooms. And you will have 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Hannah, I'll stay here just for a minute or two to make sure everyone's okay.
Thank you.
If that's all right, Jan, you can start.
I'll do the same, and then I'll join group 3.
I'm actually a little bit hesitant which group I should go to, because I'm more inclined to the research group.
You can choose
but
that
I'm sort of coordinating stuff as well. So what do you suggest? It's interesting for us to coordinate, to hear about the researchers' perspectives.
Yeah, you can choose the one that you find more relevant at this point, and then you are able to make comments on that other column as well on the Padlet board.
Yeah, all right. Thank you. Sorry.
I think a few of these people still in the main room are.
Hello,
hey,
I cannot see
Anneli.
this breakout room thingy, but I had this with Zoom before, so I think you have to assign me somehow.
Yeah, where would you like to join?
2, please.
2.
I was 7 before. Yeah. Now I can see it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, me too, Hannah. Can you put me in 3?
Yep, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me know.
Can you put me in 2?
Oh, that was Johnny?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I will do that. Like that.
Can you put me in 2, please?
2, yeah.
2.
Could you
like
take
that?
me to 2, group 2, please?
Who was that?
Annike.
Annike, yeah. Sorry. Like that? Yeah.
So I see now.
Where Hugh would like to go? Which group? 4. Okay, perfect.
Good. And then I think we've got a few people who.
Vito has a little break, and he wants to join group number 1.
Okay, I'll send him there. So that just leaves on the breakout rooms panel, it just says Janet.
Janet.
It's not assigned, but
to group number 3.
Number 3, okay. Good. So everybody has been assigned, and I think these 3 are just.
Yeah.
They need to click.
Should we send a message to everyone, to all groups, that they remember to share those Padlet board links and start recording? And
I just sent a message reminding to record, but the Padlet would be a good reminder as well. Okay, right. I'm going to go and join group.
Yeah, thanks.
3.
And I will join group 3.
Okay.
Okay, see you soon.
Provide our input, and let us. And as Hannele said, we want this to be frank and open. So even though we are working towards recommendations, I believe at this point we can raise any aspects of the questions that we are discussing. And I think you should both be able to raise your voice while we're here, but also write directly into the boxes. We don't have to agree on or negotiate everything that goes into the boxes. Please just write directly into the boxes whatever comes into your mind. But please raise your voice if you have specific things that you want to raise. Joseph, you're with us now. I was just a bit uncertain about what we do with the fact that we have two themes here. Do we discuss them kind of under one topic, or do we switch from one to another?
I think it would be best to kind of go vertically down these columns, but kind of have a bit of a discussion on each bubble, but kind of keep both governance and funding in mind as we go, I think.
Good. So again, our topic is integration of coordination and governing, and the first questions has to do with we can go to the examples, or we can go to what we call the immediate actions to accelerate the development and integration. And I mean, you can always discuss what coordination and governing means in the case of an integrated polar observing system, and when Sandy Starkweather talks about an integrated or pan-Arctic observing system, she always talks about what is called the multi-site governance system. The fact that there are so many initiatives working geographically, thematically, or whatever, calls for, of course, some kind of governance, but it's probably not realistic that some kind of pan-Arctic international governance board is created. So in that situation, what other governance or coordination mechanisms can we recommend or are relevant? So many of you have been involved in these discussions before, so please let us hear your views, and also write directly into the boxes your views and thoughts on this.
Nicole has a hand up, please.
Yeah, please.
The observations, so we are speaking about governance and funding, and to my opinion, we should not divide it. So it's good that we are in one group, and I will explain you why. Most of the observing systems in the polar regions are nationally owned and financed instruments. I think that's correct, I would say. So if we speak about the governance and also about the future funding, we have to take this into account, so that we are dealing here mainly with, at least when it comes to an infrastructure level, to nationally funded and national infrastructure / observational sites. And that's why it's not so trivial with the governance, because we have this national component in there. And it's also, of course, not so trivial with the funding, because again, to my knowledge at least, but you can correct me if I'm wrong, most of those sites where we perform observations are nationally funded in some way. That was my first comment.
Alice, please go.
The other question, I think Nicole's points were really good, but also the other question that comes to mind for me when we're talking about an integrated polar observing system is, how do the Arctic and Antarctic components interact? In that there are a lot of similarities, there's a lot of ice, but there's also some very different priorities and very different kind of needs and concerns about the two regions. And so I think there's some question in both, and mostly in the form of governance, but also to some extent in funding, in kind of how closely should the two poles be co-coordinated versus how much can they work in parallel.
It's a relevant question, Alice, and the reason why we're discussing these things together, there are many, but it's also that seems to be an EU policy that you want to think of this as an integrated. You want an integrated thinking across the two poles. Nicole, you are more into this. What is the philosophy, the thinking when the Commission thinks about the two poles together?
Difficult to say.
Yeah.
Let's say it like this. So for political and economic reasons, the Arctic is nearer towards the EU than the Southern Hemisphere. Nevertheless, there's this week a hearing in the European Parliament where they discuss if they should not develop an Antarctic policy or strategy. And in such a strategy, research will take certainly a large stake if something like this comes. So I would say a bit more tendency towards the Arctic, but Antarctic is still not forgotten. Is still on the list, but in a bit different framework, more in this climate framework with IPCC and so on. Yeah, that's what I can say about that.
I think if we're thinking about recommendations, we can't really make any recommendations for changing governance or governance systems from EU-PolarNet, unfortunately. But maybe relating to the funding, we can recommend something that helps to better align funding with governance structures and to make sure that the funding agencies or the European Commission or whoever it is fully informed of the governance structures in both poles and the differences. And I think that's maybe some of the sticking point between the Arctic and the Antarctic, is that it's not you can't just transpose the same funding instruments to the different governance mechanism of the other pole. So I think that could be sorted out a little bit better.
What is, of course, always tricky when we talk about these things in the European context and in the EU-PolarNet context is that this is not the Arctic and the Antarctic questions are not just Europe. There's not just a European perspective on it, and it's always is it about the European countries, or is it the European part of especially the Arctic? So when it comes to, when you say, Joseph, governance of EU-PolarNet, no, we cannot change that. But I think when it's integration of coordination and governing, the question is broader than just the EU-PolarNet. It's a broader question about if there were to be established an integrated polar observing system, what would the governance of such a structure look like? How do you set priorities? How do you integrate your observations? How do you integrate your data flows, etc.? What kind of governing would that take?
I think to answer that, we almost have to take an extra step back and think about what exactly is the purpose of an integrated polar observing system. Like what is the problem that's trying to be solved? And I think we have a number of problems floating around out there, but how we solve it depends on kind of which ones we're focusing on.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the questions that you have in mind there, Alice, is that scientific questions or is it societal questions or?
I don't think it necessarily needs to be a distinction between scientific and societal, but is the problem that we're trying to solve with an integrated system that we have lots of observations and we don't know what they are, or is it that we think there are probably gaps and we need somebody with the authority to fill those gaps? Is it that we're not doing an effective job of setting priorities on this kind of ad hoc, whoever does whatever they want basis? And I think these different problems require kind of different levels of authority for a governance structure.
Again, I would like to come back to what I've said at the beginning. We should all the observations we are currently performing in the Arctic or Antarctic, or the majority of this is somehow governmental funded. Yeah. And it is, I think this governance structure for an integrated observing system cannot and should not interfere with governmental funded either devices or even programs. Yeah. So it can only be, in my opinion, a light overarching coordination umbrella where the different observation systems are brought together and also where these different questions are tackled. The same holds true for the funding. Be absolutely clear, no one will fund a sustained Arctic observing system except the national, so the countries. So the EU, for example, will never ever fund this long term. This is a super long-term funding. So also here, we need, I would say, mechanisms that allow cooperation, joint research, and so on, which can be something like Belmont Forum type or whatever you can think about this. But in fact, the actual observations will be still and have to be still funded on a national level. I don't see any way out of this.
So by an overarching umbrella coordination, you mean bodies such as SEON or,
for example,
or SUS or
But what I want to make absolutely clear, for example, let's go to marine observation, the hardcore example with the super expensive infrastructures which perform the observations as vessels, or also when we speak about satellites, it's the same. So this is something you cannot easily fund. It can only be funded still by the nations or organizations or whatever, but not by a integrated Arctic observing system or polar observing system. What you can fund and what also the governance can include is cooperation, data exchange, development of gaps, for example, all these, in my opinion. The other things have to be still or will be still in national hands. Otherwise, if anybody else has a different solution, I'm happy to listen about it, but I have no clue how we can overcome this. So then coming back to my first intervention, when we speak here about such, we have to consider that the governance takes into consideration that they will never make any decision about the observational tools as such, only about what goes further.
I was at another session today with Arctic Passion, and Arild Sundefjord said something along the lines of, when it comes to funding, it's not just a matter of asking for more funding, but it's also a matter of spending it more wisely. And I think he believed it was about that there is observations are done, but probably not in the most reasonable or targeted way. So governance or governing could be about making sure that you spend these existing resources in the right way. how interested are the funding agencies, the national funding agencies, in getting advice on how to spend their money, how to design their national funding programs from someone else than their own government, from an international body or whatever we can envisage.
To my knowledge, they don't accept any advice from outside. So we have our national program in Germany, for an example, but I'm still quite sure it's the same in other countries as well. That has been developed for the German national community, and that's what is funded. The modes of cooperation between national funding agencies are GPIs, Belmont Forum, all these arenas where they can agree on joint funding of projects or whatever. And that's, I think, also what we need for the observation system. But from the outside influence to influence our funding agencies to say you should do or invest here is a very tricky process and can only be done with international agreements, I guess, if it could happen. But normally they have their own national agenda.
I agree that telling national agencies you should fund this is kind of a no-go, but it does seem like there's some opportunity in highlighting what areas or what types of observations might be a very good value for information. And so rather than the telling agencies you should do this, highlight, like being able to identify what kind of priorities within observations will get the most kind of additional information per investment in observation can certainly make a compelling case that they're worth investing in.
I think also it's important that there'll be more funding agencies may be more receptive to international recommendations if they were involved in that recommendation setting process themselves. So the funding agencies should be brought into this to formulate this advice, and then collectively, and then it's easy to say, well, this is also, it's not coming from outside, they were involved in that process themselves.
And that process of engaging the funding agencies, we would have today hope that we would have this Arctic Funders Forum with us because of the pause, etc. They are not here, but this is a discussion that has been going on, I would say, for years. How do we establish that dialogue with the funding agencies? What kind of setup, group structure is needed or is realistic? And while you think about that, I like this. Of course, I like this. What you said, Alice, about values of observing, because it's very much aligned with what the same Rhodes process is about. That recommendations for priorities for observing is clearly linked to value of observing. And again, the Rhodes process, while not directly a governing system, it's at least an attempt to be able to identify those most important, set the priorities for the most important observing that needs to happen. Can we, for these two sets of questions, can we talk about immediate and long-term actions? And anyone, please write into these boxes with your good ideas.
I think if I don't necessarily have solid, immediate or long-term actions. But if we're thinking just about funding and then what funding the polar observing system, what's going to advance things more quickly, then is it better if it's kind of broken down into components of the polar observing system and a prioritization process for the funding? Yeah, is there a way that we can communicate to funders a prioritization of different aspects of the observing system?
So how and where is this? How and where could this prioritization be going on? Again, the Rhodes process is a way. Arctic Observing Summit is a way.
Yeah.
I was trying to look for the Antarctic. If there are similar mechanisms there.
I cannot answer this question, but I think we are here. So we are speaking here about governance and funding, and maybe this is one of the actions which we have to take, either long-term or short-term, is you cannot address funding agency with the Arctic Observing Summit. Sorry, Jan, that's not the right venue for it. And the same holds true for, so we have to have a strategy, what do we want from them, or what is realistic, and how do we approach them? And that's certainly in a different way of interaction than on a conference. Yeah. So this would be maybe an action which is immediately or soon needed, would be, first of all, to establish a kind of committee or action group or whatever of persons who really consider how we can approach funding agencies, because my experience is they don't want to hear a lot of these scientific stuff. They want to see their benefits and a good background in Europe, for example, and when it comes to Europe, and that's and their relation to strategies, and that's it. And then they decide whether they fund or not. But yeah, you know, what I mean is more, we have to consider how we work with them and what do we really want from them. And that maybe would need some volunteers.
Yeah. A lot of what we've been talking about in terms of both scope and mission is basically just reading the SAON mission statement, and we can go back and forth as to how well SAON is accomplishing that. But the Arctic Observing Summit being just kind of one piece of that, I think for the Arctic side, there is a governance structure in place. Whether or not it is achieving all of the goals that it's set out to do is another question, but we do have a structure. It's not an integrated polar observing system. There is no Antarctic component to it. And so that's a piece of governance that would need to be developed. But I'm hesitant to add more committees to the world if there are already bodies that are at least ostensibly working towards those aims. So maybe it's a committee within SAON, maybe it's, again, there's the questions about governance and how we link in Antarctic. But I guess we need to figure out what we're asking for before we develop a committee to ask for funding.
David, please.
Yeah, following with what Nicole said before, we are kind of used to get approached by the funding agencies to getting some inputs or whatever. We have some experience in EU-PolarNet with that, but I miss a little bit the other way around. I mean, is there any way to approach the funding agencies to know a little bit more of what they need or what they really want? I mean, the answer is super clear, is what they said in the calls. But maybe there's another option or other ways to establish these relationships and dig a little bit more on what they want in a short and a long term. I don't know, just throw this idea.
I think that's a good point, that, and I think through, well, the paused funders forum, but also there's a network of funding agencies in EU-PolarNet. I think this is where these conversations can be had, and it's as much about understanding the funders' priorities as it is helping them to understand the scientific priorities and so on. So I think there needs to be more of a dialogue as much as possible, even though that can be difficult.
I sometimes wonder about the language when you speak to the funders forum. I mean, is it a matter of speaking another language than we do? Again, for the Roche process, the starting point is the societal benefit of observing and products, etc. And I would say that that's the right place to start. But do the funders understand that thinking? Is it the right thinking that we have with that approach?
Nicole, I think you might be muted.
I think it's the right way, because societal relevance is certainly for many funding agencies the important reason why they fund this or that. But nevertheless, you should not forget the national component in it. You know, you cannot approach all nations in the same way with the same societal relevance. So you have to develop something where you can either catch all or be a bit more specific when you speak to national funding agencies. The key question is, what do we want them to fund, I would say. Yeah. So is it, for example, an office with staff as a coordination office, or is this not necessary? Is this data management? Is this whatever? I think that's the first. We have to be very clear what we want from them. And then my experience is simply lobby work. So you have to tell them why it's important, be in the right meeting. So it's more the long-term action than a short-term action. And stress again and again and again on all levels, wherever you can, how important it is to support Arctic observations or Antarctic observations. That's how we could get the money. But this goes a bit together. So we first, it is a bit, we are, okay, I don't know the Roche process anymore by heart, but so I don't know at which stage we are, but we have to very clearly know what we want before we go to them. I think that's most important.
I think also linked to that is knowing what we want, but also being sure that we're talking to the right people. Because if we're talking about observing system and particularly getting into operational observations, then the funding agencies or the research funding agencies are maybe not always the right agencies to talk to. Once you get into operational observations and longer term things, then it maybe needs I think we have to be sure we're talking to the right people, is what I'm saying. Because if we talk to the wrong people, then they'll just dismiss it as irrelevant.
But one effort here is to bring observing go from the project short-term funding situation to a longer-term situation. And we know the operational meteorological institutions, and they probably get their funding directly from the governance systems, national governance system. But what about the other things that we want to observe? If it is to be long-term observing, who is to provide the funding for that? That's a question. And just to comment to you, Nicole, on the ROACH process, the ROACH process is meant to identify those most high impactful variables that should be observed. And as part of Arctic Passion, within Arctic Passion, there is now an initiative to define 3 shared Arctic variables. There's a North American initiative that Alice is engaged in. So it's a matter of finding this handful of the most important things to observe. And of course, if you do it at a supranational, overnational level, you probably won't need all national needs, but it's at least a way to prioritize, say this. I mean, that's what we talked about earlier, prioritization. It's a way to identify those things that all countries should agree to fund. That's the thinking, I believe. So, but back to my question, if it's not the research funding agencies that will fund the long-term observing, who is it that we should talk to?
Well, you mentioned the kind of meteorological agencies, but I think that's
clear.
But I mean, that's the kind of meteorological observations is kind of what every other aspect of the observing system is kind of striving for, I suppose, or at least that's the most developed.
Exactly.
But even in the polar regions, the Met observations are also lacking in some places. But if we're talking about completely big ideas, could there be something similar to the meteorological agencies for other components of the polar observing system?
Yeah, that's the question. Permafrost, for instance.
Yeah.
You envisage a Met office for permafrost.
And I mean, at least in the US, we have NOAA, and that's making some amount of oceanographic observations. I think there are operational agencies that have interests in different areas. But I think it's well outside the scope of this or anything else that we change national governance structures and how different countries operate. And so I think we have to build a system on our end that works with the patchwork of funding agencies. And so one of the things that's on us is to identify for a particular observing need, what is the appropriate agency? What is the appropriate avenue for that particular need? We're not going to be able to go to one agency, one set of agencies for everything. As nice as that would be.
Yeah.
I think that the recommendation, or a recommendation to the funding agencies is obviously not to try and fund something that changes these things, but to could we think about funding like a feasibility study or things like that look towards, could there be a operational permafrost observing agency? Is that a viable model, and what could that look like? That could be something that the funding agencies could be suggested.
And when it comes to the Commission, I mean, they have deliberately initiated these societal benefit analysis of how do you get value for money, your return on investment, where should you put your money? I mean, that it has been a focus area of the Commission. But again, as you say, Nicole, it's not the Commission that will fund these things. They will only pave the way.
Yeah, and that's what they already have done. So forget. So I cannot believe, and that after Arctic Passion, you can expect another 15 million euro.
No, but it's just when Joseph says feasibility study, they have gone down that road at some point in time.
So there are, of course, possibility when you think really, really big to fund the full observing system via the EU, even with international partners. But then you have to think really, really big and also work in a different way, because this would be the European research infrastructure. So observations, even if they are not necessarily need big synchrotrons or so, but simply someone measuring, but this is an infrastructure for sure. So you could, one could go this way, and but I don't really believe that this is possible for such a heterogeneous development, because yeah. But nevertheless, there is a possibility, and I think that's what you're referring, Jan, is the infrastructure funding of the European Commission.
I didn't have anything particular in mind, but it's to overcome this that we always discuss. How do we do these very necessary and important things, not on a project basis, but a long-term?
Yeah, but this can only become from national agreements. I think that's the key issue. So that we would need to achieve to have a national agreement on keeping some of the observations alive, or the long-term measurements there. And this can be bilateral or multilateral agreements, but this cannot come from, and will, I'm sure, so never come from a funding agency, because it's simply too long-term. It needs more something like a ESA or so, yeah, in a smaller way. So someone who is taking care of the observations and is also funding and so on. Nevertheless, here you have to approach the national. Here the national money has to flow, I'm sure. So and this has to be initiated on a political level. I will not say that it is not possible, but you have to go via the political level with the societal benefits. That's wonderful, but also try to now at a certain stage meet with these decision makers who can prepare for that.
And I think to add to what Nicole was saying, I think it also needs to be done on almost a case-by-case basis. Like, it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach to how we get long-term observations for whatever thing. And in permafrost, it looks very different than biological monitoring on the coast or somewhere else. And so it's a case-by-case development of the societal benefit, working through the political system to get it as an agency priority in somewhere that has these long-term funding structures. And yeah, so I think having kind of overarching support for what this process could look like is good, but I think there's a limit to how much a governance structure can do. And it really does need more kind of national effort and kind of focused relevant policy experts and local experts.
Looking at, we would like to talk about a few other things, at least. We have also a section on benefits and risks, which I hope we could say a few words about. What is the benefit of good integration and coordinations and governance, and what is the risk hindering the development and integration? Someone wants to say a few words about that, or write something. Feel free to write.
Well, even if it's not so likely, the integrated funding internationally, you would hope benefit would be that it's kind of synergistic, that it has more pooling funding can help it to go further than it would if national working on a national level in isolation.
Yeah.
But you also have, maybe this is a risk, is that you can lose visibility of national contributions.
What is the experience from when this has been done, the Belmont Forum? Has this been of concern, lose visibility?
I don't know. I think that the risks are manifold. I list a lot, but the question is how much. The risk hindering is of course certainly national priorities versus international priorities. They do not necessarily need to be so easy to align, at least in some cases. When it comes to the governance and integration, these benefits is of course these better working together, more out of the money, all these things. This is so, yeah, more value for you if we are better coordinating each other, if we have a proper governance. This is.
Risks are also when the funding agencies do not really see the benefits. And this could be because they don't really understand what the observing system really gives, especially when it's it needs such a big approach, combining different national funding projects together in order to create this global polar observing system.
I think you said something very important, Kisa. The internationality is a high risk to bring these different ways of funding, also different interests together. It's not so trivial. Also in terms of funding, different times, different evaluations. So only the idea to somehow streamline the international funding is I would say, endeavor of a lifetime because it's so complicated. This is of course a high risk. Nevertheless, it works in examples like the Belmont Forum, for example. Or ODP, IODP is funded internationally. Also on, there are many possibilities.
So far on integration of funding, we've been talking about integrating national level funding to an international scale. And maybe we don't want to touch it, but what about integrating the public and the private funding as part of the polar observing system? That's another way of looking at this question.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to say per se, but I think we shouldn't ignore that.
I agree.
At the Arctic Observing Summit, there was a private sector session, and the idea was that, in this case, the Arctic Economic Council should come and tell us if we could have access to their observations data. But that was completely turned around. They came to the conference and said, where are the data and the products that we need for our purpose. So there is a dialogue there about who can do what for whom, and there's a misconception of, I think some of us have this understanding that the private sector have many data and why don't they share them, etc. And they look at it differently.
But the private sector could be a possible source of funding for observations.
Yeah.
Not only that, we are also working in a rise with the private sector in the maritime area, also on sharing data. And so funding is not necessarily always connected with cash money flowing. So it can be also access to data or a willingness to collect data. Yeah. Putting equipment or even scientists on board of vessels or stations or whatever we could imagine. So that's why I think it's good that it is. It's something we cannot oversee anymore, because we need public. Also here, philanthropists is very common, and also industry funding.
I think the industry funding angle also really highlights the need to have very specific understanding of what the actual benefit of the observations are. And so it just really highlights the needs for those value assessments that are planned as part of roads, but getting into really specific information about what is this data being used for, who is benefiting, and how to make those value propositions.
We have 5 minutes left.
Scroll down, please, up to the end, maybe.
There was
linkages and lessons learned from the.
Yeah.
Someone said it already at the beginning of this meeting. We are dealing here with totally two different governance systems and systems. Let's say it like this, my experience, and I am not too much Antarctic, more Arctic. My involvement is more in the Arctic. Is the Antarctic is, to my understanding, a bit more, still more scientific driven. Then the Arctic is very often also political and economic driven. Decisions made for the Arctic, also funding and also on. So this is my feeling from my perspective. Then Arctic. Yeah.
I also think that the coordinating these kind of things and going for bigger infrastructure is a benefit for the whole community, but at the same time it comes with different risks, like the coordination and make availability for everyone. So I think it's not that easy to scale up all the purposes or all the initiatives, because it comes with other problems associated that should be also taken care.
Yeah.
Maybe it's good recognizing that there's different governance regimes, particularly with the national jurisdiction in the Arctic. But as an example, maybe the central Arctic, which is an international area, is more likely to have something that can be a model from the Antarctic that could be used in the Arctic, in the central Arctic, away from the national jurisdictions. Yeah, so maybe while it's very different, it's not homogeneous. It's not that nothing fits anywhere in the Arctic from the Antarctic.
No, the Antarctic is quite clearly structured due to the Antarctic Treaty, to SCAR, and so on. Whereas the Arctic has so many initiatives and so on. So it is, I think, to get access to the observational sites in the Antarctic is most likely easier than in the Arctic, because everything should go through SCAR. They should know, most likely. Yeah. Nevertheless, and when it comes to funding, is of course the Antarctic can learn a lot from the Arctic, I would say. So because at least on a European level, that's of course different in other countries. Because we still have to make more clear how influential the Antarctic towards our climate is. This is already quite well accepted for the Arctic by politicians or decision makers to a lesser degree, and I'm speaking here only about Europe. I cannot say anything about US and so on. We are not so good in stressing how important the Antarctic is for our climate. No.
But I think
so there we can learn a lot from the Arctic.
I think once that is communicated better and better understood by policymakers, there are things that could be very easily at a European level replicated in the Antarctic. For example, a rice could work in a similar model anyway in the Southern Ocean. But it's not it's not how well that model would fit to the governance structure. It's convincing the policymakers of the relevance of Antarctica. That's the hurdle.
Mm.
We are almost done. Joseph, if I speak to the point 3 here, will you speak to point 5 here under the reporting?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. We also had some notes, but we didn't do many, I can see. So we'll just speak on behalf of the notes during the panel. Thank you all for your contribution. And well, according to the plan, we are returning. I don't think there were revision to this part, so we'll return to the main session now. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's all the same. Everyone's still in their groups.
Yeah.
I'll go and find Hannah and see what she's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I need to get my hand. Here you go. Yeah, sorry, I need to play the observing system with my kid. So I need to go pick him up right now. So I want to say, so first for the motivation, certainly I'm probably after, so I'm glad that Sean is like at the peak of the motivation. I'm probably like just there kind of thing after done it for so many years. But I see that you need champions to get those things move on. And because there is nothing institutional yet, it's all depending on people. And that's maybe the sad part of it. And that kind of goes to what Mark said, is that at some point, I have the feeling that in the Antarctic and in the Arctic, we often expected to do everything as researchers. There is a strong expectation that we're going to contribute to policy, maybe less than in other places like in the temperate regions, because there are institutions, bodies that are in charge of that. So certainly we need to interact with stakeholders, but at some point I'm like saying, like, I'm skeptical of the scientists like taking that overwhelming leadership role in every areas of life kind of thing. I think there are some limits to that. So that's one philosophical point maybe. But more on a practical point, one thing is that we articulated a vision when we did the permafrost, and that some people might disagree, and that the strong inspirator was Vladimir Romanovsky, actually, of University of Alaska Fairbanks, who said that actually our goal should be that researchers should not be doing the monitoring anymore. It should be WMO. And permafrost monitoring should enter theoretically the operational world, and it's kind of on its way with Global Cryosphere Watch. We're talking about it, but that countries through weather services should actually be monitoring that. So that's a helpful way to articulate a vision. We're not quite there yet, but ideally you would use the data taken from the monitoring services, you would analyze it, but you would not be doing everything from A to Z. So that is, I think, a useful way also to articulate some of the components of this observing system, is that ultimately we're not supposed to do as researchers everything in there. Some things are fun, but some things should be taken care of by weather services. And on the last note is that often we have those discussions, and I find that the ESA and the EU have done a great job in the European realm now at like coming together and articulating goals, developing visions together. WMO is sometimes just there, or we are there. I don't know who's there, but I think there'd be some strengthening the partnerships between WMO and some of these initiatives, particularly in the Arctic realm, would be beneficial. And I am very sorry I have to leave, but otherwise they're going to kill me over there. Apparently we're done almost. Yes.
Thank you so much for your contribution, Hugh. And then, of course, you can continue commenting on the Padlet if you find time, maybe tomorrow, day after tomorrow.
Jan, the other groups are still going for another 10 minutes or so, and then
still going strong. I'm just passing by because I'm leaving, going to the playground to pick up the kid.
Yep. Thanks a lot, Hugh. Thanks for joining. See you. So
Yeah, okay.
yes, yeah, so we can see as our group was clearly far more efficient than everybody else.
Yeah.
Then
they tell us about the change, this change, or
no, it was just just had a quick word with Hannah and so everyone should be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's time for a short break for us, I suppose.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, hey.
Are there still some groups that are going on? I will close all rooms now.
Yeah, force them out.
Yeah. We had at least a lot to discuss about. Hopefully you had as well. I think we now have 15 minutes before the next short break. So I think we could start with the reports back from the breakout groups. I can once more share my screen so you can see the program, what's going on. Here. So here you can see the program, session 2 and session 3. So we have now had the breakout groups to convene. And now we start for the next 15 minutes with the short reports from the breakout groups. So I would first like to invite group number 1 to report back to the plenary. It will be very interesting to hear about the discussions in your group. Serge is probably going to explain those findings. Or are they still in the breakout groups? Hello, Serge. Can you bring the summary, short summary of your findings and discussions in the group 1?
Well, I will be helped for that by Roberta and Louise. I hope so. So, well, we went through all the key questions on this technological integration, but I must mention that in the room we were mainly people with a profile in data management. So we tried to discuss also the what interests from what we heard the Commission more is really the physical networks, observational networks, and what can be done there. So we had the chance to have someone representing RISE, so we could have a look at what happens with the research vessels, not only the icebreakers, but all polar vessels. It has been mentioned that there is a lot of overlap because there is no coordination of the campaign, of the cruises, for many reasons. So that is something in the one of type of observational network, the moving the vessels that could be improved in coordinating the activities, and also in allowing scientists to not only from the country who is owning the vessel, but from everywhere in Europe accessing the vessel to make its own studies. We talk also about the all the new developments about lightweight sensors that can operate unmanned, so requiring less budget to run. Loggers that can be dropped by airplanes and then recovered after months or years, and buoys, autonomous vehicles also that provide a lot of information without the need of using large equipments to launch them. And then what could be the short-term improvement? One was mentioned, which is the improvement of telecommunication. Because there are more and more needs for real-time information. So there is work to do on energy savings of this telecommunication, or the improvement of generating the energy needed for the telecommunication. But this is something that could be a short-term improvement. A longer-term improvement, and that is also from the data management perspective, is to increase the standardization of the outputs of the sensors, so that afterwards there is less workload to aggregate the information coming from various manufacturers or devices with different manufacturers, so we can spend more time and effort on really working with the data and making products that are usable by a wide community. But my own experience in another project is that it's difficult to establish a dialogue between scientists and the industry world. So this is why I put that on the long-term effort to or support to category. The benefits, of course, everyone understands the benefits of having more coordinated, more standardized, and more integrated observational system. It just as I said before, it helps in producing more rapidly the information and the products that are needed. The risks, and well, there are risks that might have been covered in the governance working group or breakout room. That is the question of the sustainability of integrated networks. Because it depends at what level you integrate, but there are always risks that if you don't have a very strong governance where every funding partner has its voice, you have the risk that the system at a given point breaks down, because partners do not want to fund a network in which they don't have their say. So this is something we have to work on. And well, this is in a nutshell what I noted. There are several examples. Well, another point is to increase the awareness about these integrating activities in order to be sure that all the actors are aware of the possibility of joining a common structure and not reinventing the wheel on his side alone, without knowing that there are people working together and a community that he or she could join to bring its own efforts in a larger perspective. So I don't know, Roberta, if you want to add something.
We have not gone deeper into the comments that Peter brought up at the beginning, but I think they are important when we define the component of the integrated observing system. He added also the human dimension. He mentioned that it's important, as important as the technological dimension, and also, especially when we are dealing with data sharing, data ownership, it's important to account for those aspects as much as the instrument to collect the data. Also, another point is the education and training in data management. There is lack of that, and it's an important resource that needs to be developed and sustained. Also, it has to do with acquisition and retention of talented and experts in this field, how to keep them working in science, in supporting data management when they have much better job offer in the private sector. So maybe that has to be coordinated at larger level, at European level, not just lying on the shoulder of a small institution that don't have the funding to guarantee such a high level of expertise. Yeah, I think this is the biggest point I got. I don't know if someone else wants to add. Maybe Luisa, you found something new that we forgot?
No, I think that covers it. I think we discussed a lot about the community-based monitoring aspect, starting off with how you know, you need to increase the on-the-ground monitoring in the Arctic as opposed to kind of linking it up to satellite. But then obviously when you're integrating that, yeah, there can be challenges when you're working between, like, you know, different models of funding and just research approaches, because like Canadian Arctic research context for kind of community-based monitoring can differ from the context due to different protocols and like yeah, just research approaches. I think that's it.
Does anyone from the breakout group members have anything to add? Okay, if not, then it's time for a 15-minute break. And then we are coming back at the sharp hour and continue with the breakout group reports. We have 3 remaining left and each can be 10 minutes long. And after that, we conclude the workshop with the next steps and plans ahead. So see you in 15 minutes, okay?
Thank you. See you.
Thank you. See you soon. Okay, I can see people returning back to their screens, back to the workshop meeting. And now we are continuing with these breakout group reports. And I would next like to invite Michael and Elmer to tell about the discussions in group 2. You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Hannele. Elma and me agreed that I will give it a start, and then Elma chimes in if there's things to add. Yeah, we had covered quite a large, let's say, list of things. I will just go through them in the sequence we talked about it, and not necessarily according to the questions in the Padlet. We can sort that into those later on. So one key issue which went through the entire discussion was to get rid of this zoo of organizations which have overlapping responsibilities and ambitions regarding Arctic observations in terms of coordination, political views, and so on, political linkages, not views. So one big issue would be to really identify one key player for everyone to be the access point in terms of planning an internationally coordinated observing system. And then there should, of course, be a number of organizations which would, let's say, contribute to that and would perhaps cover different system elements or system components which are already existing and so on. But that was a key thing to streamline this organizational zoo. So one other important aspect was related to funding. We were very well aware that there is this problem with a lot of the long-term observations being funded by short-term research projects. So that is certainly something to work on and to try to convince policy and society to entertain a long-term sustained funding for those monitoring tasks. But a prerequisite to this, we were very aware, was to convince them about the necessity. And this has several aspects. One of them would be to really come from a more systemic approach, a more holistic approach in understanding the entire system and not just single components. And the other part would be to come up with societal benefit analysis in the way that also Sandy mentioned in her presentation with the value tree analysis, things like that, to make the case for an Arctic observing system sustained funding. We think could be very helpful, or would perhaps even be necessary. One other important aspect in this entire context is when it comes to an internationally coordinated or concerted action for an observing system, who actually wants this observing system and for what? So this would then go back to the question for which could be this organization which would gather all these different inputs, the interests, and make sure that it's an inclusive and open process, a transparent process. That is also deemed to be very important. Yeah, then we had another aspect of this one organization, and that is, if we want to make the case towards the politicians, also there it will be very important to have one organization which speaks, which has the mandate to speak for the Arctic observing community, and otherwise politicians will be confused and not clear who's speaking for whom. An important aspect in that context is also the different timescales which are relevant for science and planning of an observing system, and coordinating activities in contrast to policy timescales, which tend to be much shorter and much more reacting on sudden events like the next elections, for example. So that is something to keep in mind. And then we also touched the linkages to the private sector. We tried to understand what is needed to get a better coordination with the private sector. And one of the aspects there was that also there, when it comes to the delivery of data and the planning of either gathering data together with scientists, but or providing data which are taken up by private industry, by the private sector, to deliver those data to the science community, to also have one organization and one access point where those could be brought to. And then in the end, we discussed a little bit about the technical challenges for Arctic observations, which are very daunting, and there is some progress going on in terms of autonomous observations, which seems to be a very important aspect given the difficulties to access the area and also the costs related to that. Questions like under ice navigation and under ice sampling are an issue, and so on. So that's basically it. One additional comment was made that there's also the human dimension, which is very important. Also in our case, not only in the other working groups. So the human dimension, meaning we have to make sure that the people involved into those discussions really all feel seen and heard in this process of creating an observing system. So that's basically it from my side. I don't know, Elmer or one of our two rapporteurs, if they have additional comments about things I forgot.
You were spot on, Michael. So I have nothing to add. You covered it really well. So well done.
Thank you.
Does anyone of the group members have anything to add or comment on? I could comment. I really like that concept of value tree. I have actually been involved in one value tree assessment, but I just now remembered it again when you brought it up. And I think it could be a really good tool in finding the core values why such integrated system could be development and what value and benefit it would bring once operational. So definitely really nice that you captured that in the group. Okay, and then next would be group 3, Jan and Joseph.
Our group was a combination of 3: integration of coordination and governing, and integration of funding. And we've divided the work between us so that I will talk to integration of coordination and governing, and Joseph will cover the funding. And we, in the beginning, and towards the end, we had some speculations about the relationship between Arctic and Antarctic priorities, and we note that probably the observing needs between the poles are different, and we should have that in mind. When it comes to when we talk about governance or governing of such a system, we realized that almost all the funding for this will come from national sources. So there is some thought to be put into what kind of overnational structure is needed in the light of the fact that that the funding will come from national sources. But we agreed that we cannot interfere with national interest, and any body can only be, you would say, linking or coordinating. When it comes to the immediate actions, we realized or suggest some kind of prioritization. We spent a lot of time discussing how to interact with national authorities, and we talked about the need for some kind of prioritization framework, and the roads process, and that effort to identify those high level, most impactful, prioritized variables could be a component in such a prioritization exercise. But when it comes to funding, the whole idea of understanding the value of Arctic observing of polar observing is a component there as well. Prioritize. We discussed a bit the language that we want to use when we want to talk about observing system, and as a long-term action, we repeated or reverted to something that has been discussed before, the whole idea of understanding the societal value, the societal benefit of observing. That was a framework and understanding that we should continue to get back to and develop. And briefly on the benefits of integration, we know and agree, and there was no surprise, but working together can offer more value for money. We know that national programs and institutions can do a lot, but there are also many examples where cooperation has brought you much further. Then we reverted a bit to lessons learned when it comes to between the Arctic and Antarctic, and it was mentioned that, as we also all know, that the two areas have different governance systems, and in addition, there is a tendency that the Antarctic is more, perhaps observing in the Antarctic is perhaps more scientific driven than in the Arctic. When it comes to governance, then it was noted that the central Arctic Ocean is still a quite open area with little governance, little international cooperation, and when it comes to the governance of that system, things the actors there can perhaps learn from the Antarctic, the development of the treaty, and then the Antarctic. It could be an idea to try to promote that idea when it comes to the governance of the Central Arctic. So I'll stop there. That was our discussion on the coordination and governing, and Joseph, you have something to say more on the funding side.
Yes, thanks, Jan. So our discussion was kind of quite interlinked throughout. So we were largely talking about funding and governance at the same time. So forgive me if I kind of repeat a few of the things that Jan just said. But thinking about the funding, we thought one of the key things is that funding mechanisms, whether they're at an international scale or national level, could be better aligned and more appropriately structured to fit with the different governance structures of the different polar regions. We talked a lot about the most of the actual activity in terms of collecting observations is done predominantly by national operators, and the role of internationally coordinated funding is probably more towards the paving the way towards an observing system rather than funding the observing system itself, but also in terms of things like setting priorities and recommendations. However, we discussed that unless the national level funders are involved in setting priorities and recommendations, then they're not always going to be so receptive to being advised how they should allocate their funds from outside their own priorities. We talked a lot about how international agreements can help things, whether it's under an umbrella coordination or if it's by some sort of multilateral agreements. These can be the ways to really get very large scale infrastructure and observing activities off the ground. If we just look at other areas of science and other parts of the world, there's very large scale things that could be emulated if the international community could coordinate itself to do something like that for the polar observing system. And that's that's being discussed at the moment, of course. What else? Immediate action. So we talked about we need to better approach funding agencies and find the right language with which to talk to them. There are existing settings such as the Arctic Funders Forum and the funders network within EU-PolarNet, but particularly the Funders Forum is on pause at the moment. But we should use these existing networks to communicate with funders and ensure that there's a dialogue. It's not only communicating one way to say these are the priorities from the observing or the scientific community, this is what we need money for, but to understand their funding priorities as well, to make sure it's an ongoing conversation in both directions. We talked a bit about maybe helping to make it more manageable and not necessarily breaking up the observing system, but to think of it in terms of its components and some level of prioritization that could be done to help different aspects be maybe it makes some things more manageable for funders. But then we also talked about how the funding agencies in terms of research councils or whatever they might be, and this is linked to the shift towards operational observations, that those are not necessarily the correct people to be talking to. If we want to have long-term sustained funding to support long-term sustained observations, then we need to be sure we're talking to the right agencies. It's probably not going to be the research councils, for example, every time. But that varies depending on the country, of course. Generally, there needs to be a continued effort for some lobbying or advising policymakers, decision makers that can make some of this funding happen. That's a very continuous long-term thing. That's what I say, this continuous conversation needs to be established and nurtured as well, I would say. Involve the funders in the any priority setting processes for the polar observing system. In terms of benefits, internationally coordinated funding can be synergistic. It can go further. You can achieve much bigger things than can be done with national level funding in isolation. But then linked to that, the risks, you have to be careful not to lose the visibility of national contributions and ensure that there is some kind of harmony between the national priorities and international priorities. They're not always strategic goals are not always compatible, but that's something that has to be kept in mind anyway, and find solutions to that. Then we talked a little bit. So far, everything I've said has really been about the integration of national and international funding and that understanding of integration. But then we also talked a little bit about the integration of public and private funding. And that's not only referring to purely financial contributions, but also access to data that could be, or ships of opportunity, all sorts of things where the public and private sector can collaborate to help achieve this polar observing system, whether it's with industry partners, but also the philanthropic funding that may be available, or whether it's cash or in kind. In terms of linkages between the poles, again, recognizes very different governance systems, but there's still lessons that can be learnt. Jan talked about the Central Arctic Ocean just there. That's maybe somewhere where an Antarctic model is most appropriate in the Arctic context, but there are many Arctic models that could be emulated in the Antarctic, such as ICE could be adopted, or some kind of model like that could be adopted for the Southern Ocean. But we've thought that in terms of, at least in an EU context, that convincing, achieving funding for Antarctic observations is mostly about convincing policymakers of the relevance of Antarctica to Europe. That's the main hurdle, rather than there are existing models for the observing system and for funding it that could be easily put into the Antarctic context, but it's first convincing the right people that that's a good thing to do first. I don't know if I've missed anything. It was a bit of a ramble, but please feel free to add anything, anybody from the group.
Wow, you have covered a lot in your group. I think many good recommendations already shaping up from there. Then we only have group 4 left. I was participating that group, and then Piotr was chairing, and then I could start by summarizing shortly our discussion. So our group focused on stakeholders and services. And when discussing the components of EPOS, we felt like, of course, the stakeholders and services are important, if not the most important, in that sense that they are kind of in the end of the value chain. That's probably the stakeholders and the services are the whole idea why this integrated polar observing system is created, to serve those stakeholders and provide them services and provide services to the society and the whole humankind ultimately. And we thought that what comes to the current state of the art in the development of integrated polar observing system, anyhow these stakeholder analysis and mapping and these services, like mapping what kind of services would be needed by the stakeholders, is maybe a little bit less developed than many other areas and components of this integrated polar observing system, such as the data infrastructures, data management. There has been steps taken quite recently, quite notable steps. Infrastructures and technologies and so on are probably more developed at this stage, and also there is more funding available for those developments. Then we talked a lot about this concept of this integrated polar observing system, the structure for it. And we talked a lot about the centralization versus decentralization. Should that integrated polar observing system necessarily be a very centralized system, or could it instead be kind of composed of many smaller components that would be interlinked and collaborating with each other, so that the approach could be more polycentric for this integrated polar observing system? And maybe that could then activate all these different communities and the Arctic community, Antarctic community, from kind of a bottom-up approach instead of completely top-down approach. So we used quite a while for that. And in that sense, I think the value analysis that was mentioned by Michael and Group 2 could be valuable, so that we could really analyze why are we developing this integrated polar observing system, and what would be those benefits then very clearly stated also for the stakeholders, and what kind of services it would be producing. And that would also then, on the other hand, help to select whether it could be better to have that very centralized system that would be maybe more focused, or to choose that polycentric model that would give more degrees of freedom to these also these different communities that are contributing to the system, and also maybe more closely involve and encourage those stakeholders and to express their needs when it comes to the services provided. Then we started to discuss about these recommendations, the short-term and long-term actions, how to accelerate the development and start working towards this integrated polar observing system. And I think we need to identify champions, and that was brought up, I think, by Mark in the group, that we need to identify champions, some organizations, initiatives that are already doing good work and have been working with these observing systems, for example, like SUS, ANTOS, and learn from them, and then learn from what is working already, and then start building from there and utilize those good models and best practices and concepts in the development and planning for this integrated polar observing system. And for example, we could find a solution based on these champions to combine these top-down and bottom-up approaches, because that top-down would ensure these governance structures, and then the financing solutions, and this bottom-up approach would kind of ensure the motivation and then involvement of all those stakeholders and important actors who can be contributing to this integrated polar observing system. Then we were talking that it would be important to get going with the stakeholder mapping and these analysis, what kind of services are wished for by these stakeholders. And it could be that someone, even though this decentralized model would be the favored one, there has to be someone who needs to federate this work and to kind of coordinate. So some sort of platform or organization should be responsible of that. And we were thinking, as an example, that, for example, an organization like Arctic Council, once it's again operational, could survey their stakeholder needs. And maybe in the Antarctic side, it could be, for example, someone like SCAR. So that if we could identify and engage organizations who could help to coordinate this stakeholder mapping and needs survey. I already talked about the champions, and then very short-term recommendations that could be like really small steps to make progress with the development of EPOS and accelerate the development. Could be to bring together again this polar community, both Arctic and Antarctic, and the different stakeholder groups, funding organizations, and so on. So why not to, for example, utilize the UN Ocean Decade, where already is Arctic and Antarctic component. And then, for example, IASC, Marine Working Group, they have had some connections already with Antarctic marine communities. And then arrange maybe in the future something like we had the Polar 2018 meeting, for example, that Arctic Observing Summit would invite the Antarctic observing community to attend and have a joint event. So those could be very short-term recommendations to arrange something to do jointly and plan jointly ahead. Kimberly, do you have anything to add, or Piotr, or anyone from our group?
No, Hannah-Lee, I don't have anything to add. I think your summary about covers much of what I recorded from our discussion. I will just say that it was a very fruitful discussion, a lot of good points, short-term and I guess long-term recommendations that came out of the conversation. And particularly for me, not having recently been so involved in Arctic work, it was really refreshing for me to hear a lot of work that's being done on the Arctic side and recommendations that can be put forth on the Arctic side in a similar way that's already being done in the Antarctic. So yeah, so it was a really delightful discussion for me on my end, and yeah, I don't have anything else to add apart from that. So thank you so much for all the knowledge and information on both sides of the polls.
Thanks, Kimberly.
No, I think Kimberly's right. I think you had a very great summary, so I have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, and Sean is providing a comment there in the chat box, and she's agreeing with the summaries. Okay, then we are actually perfectly in time. So the next step is to start the concluding part of this workshop. And I would now like to invite Serge Scory to tell a little bit more about the white paper, where these recommendations as a result of the workshop will be feeding into. Please, Serge.
I'm looking for my sole slides, which in fact summarize what has been written in the description of work. Do you see it in presentation mode?
Yes.
So the workshop of today is indeed part of a process that will lead us at the end of the project to a white paper. One word is important here, is that we are in the European context. So the mission of EU-PolarNet is to present recommendations to improve the European polar research and European polar research policy. So this is something we have to take into account, but doesn't mean that we will ignore the global picture. So we need to set up, as it is written here, actionable policy level recommendations to accelerate the development of a fully integrated polar observing system. We gathered today a lot of useful information. I don't know, Hannele, if you have prepared a slide for the next steps, or?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Yeah. So I think it's what we can do now is have a look at this. Beforehand, I was just to mention my email address, because we will need to be in contact again, and we will certainly share with you the early draft of the white paper. You are so many experienced people around the table today. We cannot miss that experience, and we need it for writing the right and recommendations. So I suggest, Anneli, that you now shows what are the immediate next steps and how the process will continue.
Yes, I will show that, and the time schedule and what is following this workshop, and then also how all of you will be invited to provide feedback and comments and help to shape up these recommendations, because I think even though EU-PolarNet, of course, is the kind of the European voice in the polar research and very interested in this European research area and issues affecting that, then I think what comes to this integrated polar observing system, it's a global effort. I mean, we have to join our forces to learn from each other and do things jointly. That involves all of us. And now I will share my screen again, and I hope you are able to see my screen now. So here you can see the next steps. So we are here on the left-hand side of this graph, the EU-PolarNet 2 workshop. And I will keep the Padlet boards where you can submit your comments open until end of June. And I will also, after the workshop, probably not next week yet because I'm on holiday, but week after that, send you the recordings as well from this workshop, those highlight presentations, and then this final session. And the Padlet boards will stay open for your comments, and we warmly welcome your comments and input still on them. And then in early July, this analysis of these workshop results start. And on 6th of September, we are going to arrange an online wrap-up session where you will be presented the draft recommendations resulting from this workshop and from our discussions together. And after that, again, there is a possibility to provide feedback and comments on these draft recommendations. And we will again collect these comments and feedback from you by sharing the recommendations in a Google Drive or means like that. And then I'll try to have these recommendations finalized by end of October. And then the deliverable that will be the official outcome of this workshop is due on month 25 of the EU-PolarNet project. And I counted that is in January 2022, sorry, January 2023. So there is still a little bit of time even after end of October to finalize the recommendations, the results of this workshop and the minutes. And then the white paper process that will focus on recommendations or to accelerate the development of integrated polar observing systems. So these recommendations will feed into the white paper about the recommendations. And that development and work towards the white paper will start in 2023. And it will be the deliverable also in EU-PolarNet project. And that deliverable, the white paper deliverable, is due in April 2024. So we are allowing some time for the white paper to be put together and developed. And again, of course, that will be a collaborative process. And I'm sure Serge will keep all of us updated about the process and then about the possible ways to contribute to the white paper. But what is sure at this stage already that these recommendations resulting from the workshop will feed into the white paper. And I'm sure that white paper will have an important impact, for example, on the funding strategies and research strategies in the future. This was all that I had on my mind. And as the last slide, I want to express my warmest thank you to all of you for your contribution and participation to this workshop. I want to thank our highlight speakers, the breakout group session chairs, the rapporteurs, the workshop coordination team. You were just fantastic support throughout this process. And I most of all want to thank all of you for your participation and contribution. And you will hear again from us in a couple of weeks' time with these recordings and slides from the highlight presentations and more information about these recommendations.
Can I just add to that list that there should be a particular thanks to Hannele, who's done the vast majority of organization for this workshop, and I think it's been very smooth and well organized. So thank you, Hannele.
Yeah. Thank you so much. If anyone has anything still to ask or comment, you're welcome to do that, and we will keep you informed. And you are also warmly invited to that wrap-up session on September 6th. We will provide you invitation and link. And with this word, I say you bye-bye and have a nice rest of the evening and rest of the week. Thank you so much.
Michael, is that a hand up? You wanted to say something?
Yeah, just the last comment, and thank you again, Hannele and everyone else. I just want to comment on the summary part, which you mentioned, Hannele, I think, which could seem like a contradiction to what we had as one major output, that is asking for a more smooth structure of all the different organizations, and one organization to, guide the process or accompany the process and be the contact point to the politicians, industry, and so on. This could be understood as a contradiction or a counter model to a polycentric approach, but I think I wouldn't understand this as a contradiction at all. There's no way around a polycentric approach as such, but this does not exclude to have one facilitating body. Otherwise, it may be a problem, I think. But I just didn't want to leave this impression that there would be this contradiction. But I'm looking forward to more detailed discussions on this. So thanks everyone for a very fruitful discussion.
Thank you. We'll get back to this. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye all.
Ciao, ciao.
Bye. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for a great meeting.
Thank you. It was lovely to have you with.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.